countries, and they are bringing has been shown to. So we need all those, and it has been shown to. So we need all those and of potatoes in here and potato.
Just one moment for one question, in case someone has a question for Dr. Kariuki before he takes his seat.
Just in case something comes up, feel free to visit our booth, and we can...
Oh, there's a question.
Fine.
Mike, is there another mic?
But I would like to find out if you will sufferers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Daktari is around, then if not get them hooked on an
Much Daktari, my name is Claret, and much Daktari, my name is Claret, and my question, the anti-tobacco at a certain goal.
And that these dangerous products that are flooding the Kenyan market has on them jeopardized by the government's attempts to make them safe.
Yeah, thank you. Financial. Look at linked at the genomic level, like fine heads of farms, one for commercial use. Fine heads of farms, one for commercial use, and because at the we saw the best serious statement control farmers and the Kenyan population at large that these products are not safe. And one of the key things we noted in that bill, it was not a bill seems to focus mainly when but the harm reduction bill bringing any conflict between to now the electronic cigarette was developed. So harm reduction society, it has put industry interference, protect our youth, children, and the non-users. The main target of these products is for smokers. As I've elucidated in the UK strategy, they are targeting smokers. And next week, as we move on to UK, we'll get to see how is this strategy working. And
civil society and the media. So we firmly believe that democracy
few moments, and I was hoping that Judy would have been up here, maybe, just in case she wants to take any questions relating to media freedom, what it is that they do, and of course, the whole media landscape, the media landscape in this country and across East Africa. But anyway, we give the Cabinet Secretary a few moments, and we'll start shortly. So any question for Judy? Any more questions for Daktari on harm? No? All right. Oh, there's a question. Lydia. Is there roaming microphones, please? Although I know, Lydia, you're a teacher, so you can. There were microphones a few moments ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
In fact, my name is Lee Jiro. I was supposed to ask a question to Dr. Kariuki about drugs. He said that cannabis is illegal. Its use is illegal in Kenya. And at the same time, he said it is the most abused drug. Why the dichotomy?
Issue of weed, I think that's what we call it in popular discourse. It is illegal in Kenya, but we've seen it being legalized in many other countries and contributed significantly to economies. And I think sometimes the conversations have shifted towards it becoming a critical contributor to society's development in one way or the other. So Dr. Kariuki, you may want to respond to, where's Dr. Kariuki? Respond to Lee Njiru's question. I'm told that Dr. Kariuki has just stepped out, Lee, but it's an important question that he raises. Illegal substance, and whether we should legalize it. I think that's the conversation now we should have, and how much people should smoke. That weed. Lydia, yes.
Journalism training institutions, and almost you scare us as trainers when you say that the situation is, which institutions did you engage with what are some of the findings that can probably inform the strategies that we have on curriculum development. That would be very useful to training institutions or trainers or academia here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Or is there any other question for Lydia before
institutions
she responds? For
and
Judy, before she responds to Lydia's question?
Yeah, Lydia, I thought you will think it's journalism, but it's not journalism. What you were saying is that because of movement of people to other countries, for example, just a simple thing like a plumber or an IT expert. So if you go to the IT schools and they start very early, for example, if you get
almost you scare us as trainers when you say that the situation is dire. However,
the curriculum we are using is not the same. And for example, the German companies in the city of Hamburg, we put them together and they asked us to do a talent search in Kenya. So when you do a talent search in Kenya, maybe it's IT specialists or app developers. But the moment we say they're qualified, the CV is okay, when they start doing the job, it's not, it doesn't correspond. So what we are saying is that we need to change our curriculum to match the global standards. It's not journalism per se, but it's generally when we are looking for any other skills, do we match the global standards? Of course they are there, but you realize that out of 100, probably only 10 that can be able to do the job. On CV, they can do it. Certificates, they can do it. Paperwork, but it starts from the beginning. How are we doing it? Okay, so.
Thank you very much, Judy. Any more questions. Otherwise, I'm going to, just to save us a bit of time, I might want to ask our colleague, Christine Nguku, to come and tell us about Code of Conduct.
So sorry to take you back. When we said that FNF would like the media to break down these issues, President Elena was one in the city of Hamburg for the remote work. But the media was not able to break down or train our, we are kind of very superficial, you know. It's been our hope that we can be able to work with the media, the journalists, for them to be able to engage globally. Even when we talk about a lot of things, just that the exhibition I was talking about, nature crime, are we able to break down those subjects into something that people can be able to understand? That's what I was saying. For example, even the issue of the skill gap between the global north and the global south. Are we able to write stories that inform the policymakers to be able to change the curriculum in our education system?
I think I'm going to take you through what it is that we'll be covering today, so that scan the to start. As we said, is the case in Kenya, we must have an official opening. Is the case in Kenya, we must have an official opening. And in that official opening, there will be various speakers, including the president of the Kenya Editors Guild in the Ministry of ICT. And that in the Ministry of ICT. And that will be followed by a panel where we discuss media freedom and development, and we'll try and interrogate the issue of balancing independence and accountability. And I think that is a very important element, independence and accountability, particularly because the media has been, fighting, to be more independent. And this is based on the issue of media capture sometimes, and of course the various challenges that obtain the current media landscape. We'll also have a session on following the money, building ethical partnerships between media and anti-corruption agencies. And here,
close, journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. So we must brace ourselves and look at new ways on how we can sustain, push for, is to have the government set up a media sustainability fund.
There's a real want in terms of equipment by journalists at the state broadcaster. So this is an area which the Guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
The ways of kind of widening their revenue streams. And this they are doing through things like sponsored content, things like diversification of.
Yes. So it's good to embrace technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with CGTN, we were able to go to China twice. We toured different media houses, and we were able to learn how they're using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Through all these transitions, the Kenya Editors Guild has remained a steadfast defender of press freedom, training editors, supporting journalists, and championing ethical, independent reporting.
It was on the 16th July 2024 when my journalistic career changed for the worst.
Behind every headline is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle where we were filming from. We were hurt. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events. You know, we've seen journalists being threatened, journalists being arrested, and journalists being silenced, both offline and online, both by political actors and non-political actors. But what has made it easy for us is that as Kenya Editors Guild and Kenya Media Sector Working Group, we have one resolve: to protect and advocate for safety, security, and welfare of journalists.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas, I still live with them. And my justice, still not served.
We've been open to engagements. We've engaged different quarters, including the Office of DPP, IPOA, police. We've had conversations with them and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all
planning to launch the biotechnology handbook during the annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
As Kenya Editors Guild, our resolve remains to advocate for press freedom, welfare, safety, and security of journalists. But remember, it's not just work and not play. We're also here to network and unwind. Tukutane kwenye gala.
Thank you very much. Now we proceed with the rest of the program. And I'm sure that you've enjoyed what you've seen, but also made you think about the place, roles, and of course the challenges that the media go through, especially in an environment where there are various threats, financial, political, and other challenges that the media faces. But as you heard from the documentary, the media is resilient. And we're here to, of course, try and advocate and defend that press freedom that we cannot take for granted. So, it's my pleasure to invite the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo, to the stage to make a few remarks. And as he comes, please let's appreciate Omoyo and his presence here. He's been a supporter of Kenya Editors Guild, but also the media in this country.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You became Prof. Is Prof. Thank you very much. Waziri, PS, Madam President, SG, karibuni sana, and it's my pleasure to be here. I wear two hats when I come because I am a member of the guild, so ninaweza amua kuongea kama editor, lakini sasa tena niko na kofia ile ingine. PS pole, I know KQ imekufanyia ile kitu. I know you saw PS walking in late. Kuna kitu KQ inafanyanga watu. Unajua ni gani? Lakini pole, he has arrived well. Please give me permission to introduce certain people that I think are critical for this meeting generally. Seated with us here, Secretary General KUJ. I don't know whether ataongea at some point, but please, KUJ SG, Eric Oduor. Association of Media Women in Kenya, Executive Director, Queen Tambori. Managing Director wa kituo cha baba na mama na mwenyekiti wa Media Owners Association. Tukuja kwa ministry kidogo on behalf of PS. Government, because we join a few things, government has critical people. After the PS, there are people who work immediately after the PS in our department. And I think there are 3 secretaries around. One is Temesi Mukani, Secretary Information and Broadcasting. Hao ni wale watu, ukisikia mtu anaitwa secretary kwa serikali, si secretary hapo kwa ofisi. Is a person anaandika barua anasema for PS. Haya, kuna tena Secretary Public Information. Ama ni Public Communication? Public Communication. Please, Madam Patricia. Nimesikia kuna mwaitwa Secretary Posts and Telecommunications. Poleni. Sasa, alafu kuna mwingine sasa. Secretary Administration. Bwana Waweru Kimani. Allow me to introduce Mzee Lin Jiru, friend of the media. Karibu sana. A part of conversations here. And everyone else. So it's not that anybody else is less important, it's that we need to recognize them, isn't it? We have the person in charge of MyGov, Madam Lillian Kimeto, CEO Kenya Yearbook Editorial Board. Thanks for joining us. Wale wengine sitawataja kama, I will not mention people like Judy Kaberia from the Frederick Newman Foundation. I will not mention Zao Yamusau, Frederick Newman, they support us all the time. I will not mention people who are away, Zitawataja and all that. I wanted to say one thing only. We are meetings editors, and this is state opening, and is founded on the principle of trust. I will not mention Bwana Gitobu Imanyara, sijamuona. The foundation of trust is that when footballers get onto a field, there is a referee who blows a whistle and saying that was offside or that was a foul, isn't it? The players don't necessarily agree, they shake their hand, isn't it? But they know that this person, he is not malicious. He is doing something for the good of the game. That if you have a game and 2 parties are competing, you need someone who moderates that. So, Madam President, Waziri, PS, that if we move forward, we will not always be in the same camp. The media sector and government will interact. Please underline the following: from time to time. Sikila siku tusizoeana, isn't it? But if you do that on a principle of trust, that everybody does their part, but you understand that the media did their part, as Waziri was telling us earlier, that don't be too friendly with government. Keep government in watch, isn't it? But do it professionally and ethically. So we urge that as we discuss matters of trust, as we discuss matters of collaboration and all that, we will be learning that it is always good for the several parts of a whole body either disagree or have an issue or two, but it's founded on trust and protecting each other's space. So I wish that the sessions we are doing here will help us open our minds, will help us build close networks, and will help us
Let's appreciate Mukosawa. Mukosawa. I'm so happy to see all of you. Lakini kabla nizungumze, please allow me to invite SG to say a word. Kuja salimia watu wako SG. Say hello. Unajua wewe ni mtetezi wa haki zetu.
Asante sana. To the CS, Honorable William Tasgit, guests, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya Editors Guild for organizing such a wonderful convention, and also congratulating myself because I'm also a member. So having said that, Waziri, we're happy to be here. We've engaged. We have always listened to us, we listen and act. But for now, the engagement.
Our host governor who will be joining us later, CEO, Media Council of Kenya, and Chair of Association of Press Councils, Mr. David Omoyo, members of the Diplomatic Corps and development partners, our sponsors and supporters, Eric Oduor, Secretary General KUJ, CEO KBC, Madam Kaleche Agnes, CEO Cape Media, Mwenda Njoka, Executive Director Amwik, and all chairs of different media associations present, the Executive Council, KEG Secretariat, Convention Planning Committee, fellow editors, journalists, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Good morning once again. It is my profound honor to welcome you to the 8th Annual Editors Convention, the premier gathering of media leaders and defenders of truth. Honorable CS, your presence here reaffirms an important principle that the government and the media are not adversaries, but partners in advancing the national values enshrined in Article 10 of the Constitution: transparency, accountability, good governance, and the rule of law. We thank you sincerely for joining us. This year's theme, Truth, Trust, and Technology, the place of journalism in the digital era, invites us to reflect deeply on the changing information ecosystem. Technology is reshaping how stories are told, how audiences consume news, and how truth competes with distortion. It offers immense opportunity, but also immense responsibility. I urge all journalists and editors to embrace technology boldly, but use it ethically to enhance fact-checking, elevate truth, and innovate without compromising credibility. Last year in Nakuru, during a convention graced by Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki, we raised critical concerns affecting the media industry. While progress has been made, challenges including journalist safety, media sustainability, regulatory inconsistencies, modernization and strengthening of KBC, and online harassment remain unresolved. We urge the government to rededicate itself to addressing these issues. Journalism is not merely a profession. It is a public service that delivers a vital national good.
Kenya's media remains among Africa's most vibrant. Our journalists tell the stories that matter. Digital innovation continues to transform reporting from mobile journalism to data storytelling and advanced fact-checking tools. But this progress is overshadowed by shrinking budgets, delayed salaries, job insecurity, burnout, declining advertising revenue, and increasing threats and intimidation. This moment demands bold leadership that recognizes the irreplaceable role of journalism in a democracy. Bwana CS, the Gen Z protest exposed the vulnerability of journalists. More than 20 were injured, some targeted deliberately. Cameras were smashed, equipment destroyed, and female journalists faced threats of sexual violence. Catherine Wanjeri, shot 3 times at close range, continues to heal and continues to wait for justice. We also highlight the case of Eric Isinta. 3 years later, Eric equally awaits accountability and closure. Their stories captured in our mini documentary reflects resilience and sacrifice, but justice remains elusive. Our gratitude goes to CGTN, whose steadfast support over the last 3 years has helped us produce compelling documentaries that inform, educate, and inspire. Thank you for your continued collaboration and commitment to excellence. And the lead producer, Yolante, is in the house, together with the leadership from CGTN. We deeply, deeply appreciate you. Bwana CS, we request a renewed commitment to journalist protection, fast and transparent prosecution of perpetrators, a joint rapid response mechanism between Interior, Kenya Media Sector Working Group, MCK, IPOA, and ODPP. Protecting journalists is protecting democracy. Bwana CS, the greatest threat to media freedom today is economic suffocation. Delayed government advertising payments, GAA centralization, big tech dominance, and declining revenue have weakened newsrooms. We propose the following interventions. Liberalize government advertising. Allow ministries, departments, and agencies to directly procure advertising from accredited media houses to reduce delays and depoliticize the process. Number 2, establish a national media sustainability and innovation fund to support newsroom modernization, fact-checking, digital transformation, and investigative reporting. Number 3, a fair digital policy for big tech. Require global digital platforms to share revenue generated from Kenyan journalistic content. Reinvest a portion of recovered proceeds of corruption to strengthen fact-checking desks and investigative journalism. Targeted tax relief for importation of broadcast equipment, digital infrastructure, printing supplies, and training tools. Establish a national media center, a national hub for training, innovation, media literacy, co-regulation, and coordinated communication. As we push for sustainability, however, we appeal, and once again I say, we appeal to media houses. Prioritize the welfare, dignity, mental health, and timely payments of your staff. This year, we mourn colleagues who passed away, some under immense stress. We honor their memory and their service. A thriving media begins with thriving journalists. Strengthening KBC as a public service broadcaster. Honorable CS, once again, we call for strengthening of KBC. We urge the government to modernize KBC's infrastructure, ensure predictable public funding, protect editorial independence, expand public service content, transform KBC to a modern, competitive public broadcaster. A strong KBC strengthens national identity, cohesion, and education. Regulatory clarity. Media regulation continues to suffer from overlapping mandates. We request legislative alignment between CA and MCK, protection of media self-regulation, and a regulatory environment that supports, not stifles innovation. Looking ahead to the 2027 general elections, as we look toward the 2027 general elections, the role of the media becomes even more essential. Elections amplify disinformation, online harassment, political intimidation, threats to journalists, and the need for accurate, verified information. We urge the government to work closely with the media to strengthen preparedness, enhance safety, protect journalists, support fact-checking and civic education, uphold free and fair coverage. Strong media strengthens elections. Strong elections strengthen democracy. Africa Media Convention 2026. Honorable CS, we appreciate the ministry's support in our bid to host the Africa Media Convention in 2026. Tunashukuru sana for your continued support. Our commitment as editors. In our ongoing resolve to build the capacity of journalists, KEG has continued to invest in knowledge, development, and specialized training. We have developed a manual on climate change reporting, which is now being used at Daystar University as part of their curriculum, and Daystar University is well represented here. Professor Levy is here in the house. We deeply, deeply appreciate you. We also have launched a new handbook on biotechnology reporting through our partnership with the AATF, and they're also represented here. We say a big thank you. In the coming days, we will begin developing a manual on trade, transport, and infrastructure reporting, an area that is increasingly critical to Kenya's economic transformation agenda. We appeal for support in developing this handbook. These initiatives reflect our commitment to strengthening the quality, depth, and relevance of journalism in Kenya. However, KEG is purely member and donor-funded organization. Our programs and products serve the public good. For KEG to continue delivering high-impact training, developing new knowledge, resources, and sustaining our next-gen initiatives, we have several Gen Zs in the house that we are supporting through training. We humbly appeal to the people of Kenya, people of goodwill, and the government to support this important national duty. And we appreciate FNF as well for supporting us in our calls. Asanteni sana Judy and Nzao, asanteni sana for your support. On our part, we want to commit to uphold the highest ethical and professional standards, strengthening newsroom leadership, embracing AI and digital innovation, and supporting mental health and safety. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the global landscape is shifting with rising populism and shrinking civic space. These trends threaten media freedom. But the Kenya media stands strong. We will defend our democratic space with courage. When the media thrives, the nation thrives. When journalists are safe, citizens are safe. When truth is protected, democracy is protected. Thank you for honoring us, all of you, with your presence. I also would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to our gala dinner tomorrow, where we will unwind, network, celebrate excellence, and honor outstanding journalists and editors as we award them for their exceptional work. Asanteni sana for your attention. God bless you all, and feel at home. Thank you so much for being here. Kindly now allow me to invite Bwana PS, Mr. Isaboke, to make his remarks, and also invite the Cabinet Secretary. Please let's invite him to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Kanano. Your Excellency Waziri, the CS for ICT, Honorable William Kavogo, the Chair of Kenya Editors Guild, a couple of CEOs present, Media Owners Association Chair, and the rest of the Media Owners Fraternity. Good morning. I apologize that I actually came in late. As Waziri will know, I actually only just arrived back from a government assignment out of the country, so I've got a red eye because I just flew overnight and I had to connect to actually join you in Mombasa because of this very important Editors Guild occasion. I will not make a long speech because I'm before my boss. He will actually speak most of the policy positions. But I'm here, first of all, delighted to join you on this 8th annual Editors Guild convention, which in fact has been, as said by the predecessors, an important forum that brings Kenya's newsroom gatekeepers, media stakeholders to discuss opportunities for deepening the sector's contribution to our economy's progress. As the State Department for Broadcasting and Telecoms, we continue to spearhead policy at institutional reforms that protect the constitutional rights of the media, which in fact she articulated at Article 10, which talks about media freedom, freedom of expression, access to information. And basically, those are guaranteed in our constitution. In this regard, we are also obviously leading in terms of reviewing the Kenya Information and Communication Act, KICA, which is what underpins the sector. And also the Media Council Act is under review, and that obviously has been open to public and stakeholder comments, including the media, which we welcome, just to make sure that the regulations that come through are responsive and also addressing the needs of the sector. Most importantly, the reforms we are actually implementing are aimed at ensuring that the media sector continues to play an active role in Kenya's transformation, and also to partner in the governance and as an enabler in our 5th administration as we actually continue implementing the PETA plan, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is actually the 5th administration is a key driver of development. However, we recognize that despite the government's efforts to create an enabling regulatory environment that anchors a thriving media sector, most of our media houses, as has been said also in the video that we saw, are struggling from keeping up with the rapid transitions, especially in the digital environment. The major shifts in media consumption trends underpinned by emerging technologies have led to substantial shrinkage in the revenues from the traditional sort of sources like advertising. These changes have forced media houses, often really to the detriment of our citizens and our journalists, to downsize operations, leading sometimes to loss of jobs and opportunities. As government, we are open to continue to working together with stakeholders, including the media owners, journalists, to actually find sustainable approaches to actually the shifts in technology, even as we encourage media houses to play a leading role in terms of also being innovative, because I think changes are constant. Your Excellency and ladies and gentlemen, the media sector is one of the foremost beneficiaries of the digital revolution in our country. It's actually underpinned by the current pillar, which is a digital superhighway and creative economy, which in fact is focusing at extending the digital cable across the country, 100,000 kilometers, establishing digital hubs across all the wards, elective wards across the country, and also establishing about 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots in the country. Once that ecosystem is established, the media obviously is one of the foremost beneficiaries, because the citizens will be able to get in contact with the media and also be able to access all the content that the media will have actually released, targeted at the population. We expect the media industry to leverage the expanding ICT infrastructure, which is what I've mentioned, to create new opportunities for wealth and employment creation through the cutting-edge homegrown innovations. As a sector, obviously, we are also concerned, and I'm glad that, Madam President, you spoke to the embedded media freedom, but our view is that freedom also comes with responsibility. We notice that in some instances, there is a bit of misuse of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, sometimes fake news that actually comes out. And obviously, the gullible public take what they see, what they read as gospel truth. And I'm glad that today's theme is actually about truth, technology, and all that. And it's important that we actually balance, in terms of our news, with facts and evidence, other than just fake news, which in fact, Kenya has actually been identified as one of the leading countries where you really cannot sometimes differentiate between that. So we will urge the media to also invest in development communication. That's really good for our country. Like I was driving up on this road, Malindi Road, and I see there's a lot of construction happening. That's evidence of infrastructure going on. There is actually work going on the ground. And we need to actually pick things like that and report. Obviously, in addition to the other aspects that you need to actually also report. So we urge the media to play, obviously, your self-regulation, and also encourage that you also play fair in the course of your oversight or your watchdog role as media. As I conclude, Your Excellency, let me also mention, and I think Madam President mentioned it, that we are actively working on reforming KBC. KBC is one of the state corporations that has actually been identified for transformation, working with the management and the board, and of course government through the CS. We're working on a turnaround plan that will actually ensure that KBC, amongst other media houses, plays its rightful role as a state broadcaster and also as a foremost sort of pioneer broadcaster in the country. We're also helping to recalibrate the Kenya News Agency, which we are aware that many of you actually tap from. I mean, the KNA reporters are actually embedded across the country, and through the arrangement you have with the KNA, many of the media houses tap into the news or any of the articles that KNA actually releases for the public consumption. We're also working on strengthening the Directorate of Information and Broadcasting to also become a key enabler for effective national government communication. This is in addition to also reviewing government communication policy, which obviously is underpinned by the Constitution, talking about transparency, accountability, and openness in terms of government programs and projects. With these few remarks, Your Excellency, I would now like to actually take this honor to invite you to deliver the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CS Honorable William Kavogo.
Thank you very much indeed. My audible? Is this by mistake or by plan? Madam President, I want to acquaint myself with all the protocols that are here. I'm happy to be here this morning. And to start with, I was told that I called here at 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30. And I asked this young man here, what's going on there? Because I was told to be there early. And he said, I'm here with the president. I said, what? Why would President Ruto come here without telling me? So he says, no, I am with Madam President of the Guild. I'm here not necessarily as a minister only, not only as a politician, but I enjoy being within journalists. Jerry, I know we've been together in Parliament for many years, and journalists and politicians are never good friends. But said he will speak generally, and I will give policy. But as you have heard him, he knows more policy than generality. I enjoy this space because it is what it is. As I was coming in this morning, and many things happen against me by journalists, but I take them very positive. One is my haircut. They have a big issue with my haircut. And I tell them, it's okay, wivu ni sawa. because my Baba is God. But your Baba, you have to go to Githurai every other week to go and get a haircut. Then as I was coming in this morning, I opened X, and some guy called Jimmy has written here, tech team, we are migrating. This is Kabako saying, we are migrating to the cloud. And then I say again, muko na budget ya ndege ama munatumia matatu. These innovations are good. These things are good, said by journalists. The other day, I also in my office, excuse me, I'm a little bit hot. Some journalists came to my office and I was seated on a low seat. And as you know, trousers go up when you sit down. And they made another one, and what do you call them? What? Memes. Oh, memes, those ones. Memes, those ones, yeah. And said I should, this is how Kabako dresses. And the next time I met the young man who did that, I signed off a competition for those things. And he won 100,000 from me because of a very good job he did. It made me popular. So either way, journalism to me is a hobby. I like it. Mzenjiro was one of the most feared ones those days. But you see, he's sitting here comfortably. During the Moi time, there are certain things you could not say. So media freedom is coming true. And working together in this space is important. I may not be able to respond to most of the things you have raised, Madam President, but generally, most of them are issues that are doable. One, as the PS has said in his policy statement, KBC is being restructured. I came in about 9 months ago. The first thing I asked is how many people work for KBC. I was told approximately. So there wasn't a particular figure. And I said, let's do biometrics. It took 6 months to procure biometrics. It got to a point I wanted to procure and give it to them. And this is resistance. So we have now procured, and I think Agnes will bear me witness, we've saved close to 3 million shillings of pay per month. So that's part of the structuring. We're also hoping to be able to split public broadcasting and commercial broadcasting so that public broadcasting is financed by Treasury and the rest finances itself. So that is hot on my desk. I also want to assure you that you know that I'm a listening CS. My doors are open. Raise these issues and bring them to me so that they can become part of my diary on the things that are pending for me to do. And nothing far from anything that you have said to be true. We have seen sad stories that you have aired here on journalists being harassed, journalists being killed. And I want to tell you that that's not a government policy. It is work in progress. We have to find space to work together. And also ask you to report fairly. Be fair in your reporting, and government should be fair in your treatment. Because it is that information that members of the public need to know about their government, about their welfare, and all those other things that happen in this space. We've talked about timely payment. It's important, even for those who are Christians, you know that the Bible says, you shall be paid for the work that you have done. So I have asked the ministry to make sure that all government advertising is paid on time. And this is something we have brought to cabinet, and we will stop biting more than we can chew, meaning advertise only what you can pay. The other issue is the issue of monopoly. For government advertising to be done across and spread to everyone. I think that's a very fair ask. I'm sure there was a reason why that was done. But I will not sit here and promise you that I will continue to promote KBC as the only way, or Daybook as the only way, or MyGov as the only way of advertising. But of course, if you're a commercial entity, and your job is to continuously hit on government, it's painful for government to continue putting money where you are. That's the truth. Because you can't continue bashing me as Kabogo, and then I give you my adverts. There has to be some relationship. So let's build this relationship. I have a few people who had written something for me. I was tempted not to read because we've been here for a while and the PS has taken most of it. But allow me, if I do not do it, I shall be letting down my team. I want to thank you, Madam President. The short time I've been in office, we have continuously worked together. Also the union, as he has said, although sometimes a little bit of threats, which is fine because that's his job. He told me one day, if I don't do this, you know what will happen to myself. So, and I think we're working well. We have an issue with post-cooperation, late payments, pension scheme not being paid. And the good news is I've gotten an approval from cabinet to sell part of the land of Kenya Postal Corporation so that we can pay those debts. And we should be able to do that in the next 60 days or so. Fully pay the pending bills for Postal Corporation. Next, we'll be doing KBC, also, which is selling some land to be able to cater for restructuring and paying of their bills. Kwa hivyo, mimi nafanya kazi, hata msiponipigia makofi ni sawa. Niliwaambia mimi nimewazoea. Nawazoea sana. Allow me to just go through this in a couple of minutes. I'll just be about an hour. Yes, an hour. I know you chose Mombasa yourselves. So if it's hot, we are suffering together. But the beauty is that I lived here. I started my working career in this town. Even though you're told I never went to college or something. I came here as a young graduate and I worked for an NGO for, I think, for many years. After having worked for an Auditor General for 3 months. And I was put in some confined office in Jogo House. And there were files everywhere, including on top of the desk. And I was an audit assistant. And my job there was to check, audit, interest of government employees who had disappeared with interest, as they do today. And I was auditing files of people who had died. You know, he had taken interest in 1969 when Lee was very young. And he disappeared with interest and never paid. So for 3 months, I got really tired. I was having flu all the time because of the dust on the files. And I took off and I came to Mombasa. It is here that I started working. It is here that I started doing business. It is here that I made some money. Not the other business that you're told. So I'm happy to be back in this city. It's a city I love very much. I still have a home here. So those who will be around tonight, we may go and have uji as Uhuru Kenyatta would say. And by the way, let's just congratulate those people who won by elections yesterday. Why is that clap not so heavy? I mean, it is what it is. Pole Kaleche, if you lost a candidate. It is an honor to join you here in Kilifi for the opening of the 8th annual Kenya Editors Guild. This year's theme, Trust, Truth, Trust, and Technology, the place of journalism in the digital era. This speaks directly to the moment we are living through, both in a country and as a global society. The media sector, and particularly the editorial community gathered here today, continues to play a decisive role in informing national dialogue, promoting cohesion, and strengthening democracy. This convention offers an important opportunity to reflect on the journey of the Kenyan media, to appreciate how far we have come, and to chart the path ahead with unity of purpose. Kenya's media has a long and distinguished history. From the early decades of our independence through the reform era of the 1990s and the democratic progress that followed, journalism has been central to shaping our national consciousness. Editors and reporters have helped knit the country together by providing trusted information, elevating public debate, and shedding light on issues that demanded collective attention. We're indebted to the generations of the Kenyan journalists who built this tradition of professionalism, courage, and patriotism. Their legacy continues to inspire the work of today's newsrooms and remains a foundation on which we must build. As the information landscape evolves, the safety and welfare of journalists remain an important priority. The government is committed to ensuring that media professionals operate in an environment that enables them to carry out their duties effectively and with confidence. To this end, my ministry continues to strengthen collaboration with the Media Council of Kenya, the Communications Authority, security agencies, and other partners to promote professionalism, enhance mutual understanding, and support constructive engagement during the coverage of public events and national moments. These efforts reflect our collective commitment to an environment that upholds both press freedom and national stability. The role of editors in fostering trust has never been more important. Citizens today encounter unprecedented volumes of information from a wide range of sources, and they look to established media institutions to provide clarity, depth, and context. I wish to commend the Media Council for developing the revised Code of Conduct for Journalism Practice 2025, which reinforces the principles of accuracy, balance, and responsible reporting. As government, we reiterate our support for self-regulating and the autonomy of Media Council as provided in the Constitution. Strong professionalism institutions remain the cornerstone of vibrant and credible sector. Jamani, siyo inahitaji makofi. That's what you're asking from government, isn't it? We want you to self-regulate. I'm actually aware that the sustainability of the media sector is today one of the most pressing challenges. Traditionally, revenue streams have declined sharply, and digital advertising is dominated by global platforms. To address this structural shift, the government is actually engaged in dialogue with global technology platforms and local stakeholders on the evolving value of Kenyan context in the digital space. Our focus is on identifying balanced, future-looking approaches and ensure fairness while supporting innovations and growth across the industry. Additionally, delayed payments have weakened journalism. Delayed payments have weakened journalists' capacity to fulfill its public duty. To address these pressures, the government is reviewing the model of public advertising to ensure fairness, efficiency, and timely settlement of obligations. Historical pending bills owed to media houses are undergoing verification at the National Treasury, and we aim to resolve them as part of the restructuring of this sector. Beyond advertising reform, we are taking deliberate steps to strengthen the effectiveness of government communication. In this regard, I'm pleased to share that my ministry has developed the draft National Communication Policy and the Government Communication Strategy 2025-2028. These documents, which are currently undergoing stakeholder consultations, are designed to streamline how we engage with the public and the media. Our goal is to move towards a one government, one voice approach, anchored on the core principles of we care, we listen, and we act. By establishing a clear framework for coordination, including the proposed National Communication Center, we aim to improve the accuracy, timeliness, and consistency of the information available to you. Regulatory clarity is also essential. The ongoing review of Kenya Information and Communication Act and the Media Council Act is intended to modernize our regulatory framework and provide a clear delineation of roles. The aim is to ensure that the Communications Authority remains focused on infrastructure, spectrum, and digital safety, while the Media Council continues to lead on journalistic standards and professional conduct. Hata hiyo haina makofi. Yaani nyinyi mnataka kukaa tu watu boring tu Shauri yenu. A modern, confident, and effective public broadcaster is equally important for our national development. The KBC has served the country for decades and remains a platform with immense potential. My ministry is implementing a reform agenda that seeks to modernize its operations, enhance editorial independence, reaffirm its public service mandate, and ensure that it reflects the diversity and aspirations of the Kenyan people. A revitalized KBC will contribute meaningfully to public education, culture, innovation, and national unity. Sometimes it gets very hot at KBC, and people get emotional, but it is what it is. We have to do it. We have no choice. And I've told Madam Agnes that if it means we disband the board and the management, if that is the call we have to make, we will do it. At least if I'm still minister. You know, also this job is interesting. I hope I'll still be there to fix that problem. I see no reason why not to. The digital future offers immense possibilities from journalism in Kenya. The expansion of the digital superhighway, 100,000 kilometers of fiber. As the PS said, 1,450 digital hubs, 25,000 public Wi-Fis, connecting 57,000 government institutions is a serious plan. And this will take Kenya to the next level on this digital platform. I was speaking the other day to the French Kenyan business community. And one fellow there in that panel that was discussing those issues, they said Africa will be left behind during this time of AI because AI requires big data and we don't have power to process big data. And I told that person, you are mistaken. Africa will be ahead of the rest of the world. We have enough sun to create enough power to run these things. And I say to them, you must stop looking at Africa with pity. We don't need to be pitied. We just need to be given our space. And soon we shall be donating to them. One is, I told them, we have the luxury of a young population. Sio, najua naweza sema mseme nasema vibaya. Sio kupenda kitanda, lakini sisi tumezaa. Na watoto wetu, 75% of our population is under the age of 30. Na wamesoma. We just need to enable them. They need to use these digital hubs in every village. We're taking a lot of BPOs from India. We're stealing their jobs, and our young men, boys and girls, are making huge money. We just need to create harmonized systems so that we can coexist with the Gen Zs. And I want you, because you have too many issues, Madam President, I want you to surrender one of the Gen Zs every 3 months to sit in my office and to keep putting pressure on us on the things that you have raised. So that there will be no excuse. And I know they can push. I know they can push. I know some people in my office will not be very happy because these young men and women, they know how to do these things. As we reflect on these issues, I want to emphasize that the relationship between government and the media is one grounded in partnership. We may approach issues from different perspectives, but our purpose is shared: to serve the public, strengthen democracy, and support the long-term stability of our republic. Responsible governance and responsible journalism complement one another. Together, they form the fabric of a nation that values truth, fairness, and unity. As we open this convention, I encourage you to deepen reflection on how truth, trust, and technology can reinforce, not undermine one another in this new era. Kenya's media has a proud history of shaping public consciousness, safeguarding accountability, and informing national debate. Your role remains indispensable to our democracy and to the future of our society. With these remarks, it is my honor and it's my distinct honor to declare the 8th Annual Kenya Editors Guild Convention officially open. I want to particularly thank Mr. Njiru because at some point he invited us to his home. And I think I was only a month old in office. And I'm wondering what has happened to the generosity because now I'm deep in office. If you could invite us there again, I'll probably pay for the mbuzi so that we can continue talking to each other. Asante sana mzee. Mpigieni makofi huyo mzee. Kwa kifupi yale nimesema ni msimamo wa serikali. Na msimamo wa serikali ni kuwa tufanye hii kazi tukiwa pamoja na tujenge taifa letu tukufu la Kenya. Asanteni sana na mbarikiwe sana.
Thank you very much. Stage for a panel discussion for a few minutes. Okay. Makofi tena kwa Bwana Waziri.
And Bwana Waziri had said that atakuwa hapa for 3 hours, but anasema anakimbia kwa mkutano nyingine. And we wanted to have a very quick panel discussion with him, but he will be represented in that panel by the Principal Secretary, Bwana Isabuke. So you've been given that mandate. So I think before we proceed with the program, let me invite Madam President to the stage to give a small token of appreciation to Bwana Waziri.
Asante sana, Prof. We were hoping to have you on the panel, but because you have to rush somewhere, allow us to invite you back to receive a small token from the team, from Kenya Editors Guild team. But kwanza kabisa, we were waiting to hear from you where Bwana President is. Maybe ni wewe utajibu. Unajua kuna Madam President na kuna Mr. President. Please, welcome back. And Adala, please.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa Rais ako katika ziara rasmi za kujenga taifa, anafungua barabara ya Rironi kwenda Mau Summit. Makofi jameni kwa Mheshimiwa Rais. Yeah, I've done my job.
So we are going to present 2 tokens, one for the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Ruto.
My boss, eh?
There is more. Please, council members, please join me so that we take one quick photo before the VP leaves. Please, council members, join me on stage. Oh, before the CS leaves. Ni vile nilikuwa naangalia VP akanikoroga. We also have a certificate to the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology. And this is a token to you, Mr. William Kabogo, Honorable. Thank you so much for supporting the media sector in Kenya. Oh, amesema anataka kuangalia nini iko ndani. Ameona. So that is yours. And then Bwana PS, please join us. Oh, he's here. Okay. This is for Bwana PS. Madam CEO, mpatie Bwana PS zawadi. Tumpatie makofi tafadhali. So this is the Executive Council. So we take a quick photo before you leave. Okay, asante. It's okay, asante. Thank you so much. So the CS is begging to leave, but the PS will be around. He will join us for the next session. So let me invite back the moderator of the session, Professor Nyabuga. Thank you.
Asante sana Waziri na Madam President. And before we proceed, musitoke. Before we proceed with the next agenda item, let me recognize the presence of my former colleague, the CEO of the ESCC, Bwana Mohammed, but he will be speaking to us in a few moments. And also the CEO of the National Land Commission, Madam Kabale Tache. Karibu sana. So let me invite to the stage, and I'm hoping that we will do this fairly quickly for the next maybe 20 or so minutes. we were supposed to have a panel discussion with the CS, but as you heard, he has another engagement. But let me invite to the stage the panelists, Zhao Wamusau from Friedrich Neumann Foundation, Pamela Sitoni, public editor, the Nation Media Group, also an independent consultant, Mwenda Njoka, the CEO of Cape Media, and Millicent Awor, assistant editor-in-chief at KBC. Please come to the stage so that we can do this very quickly, please. I seek your indulgence, but we'll be done in about 20 or so minutes, and then we can go for a break. And as we wait for the PS, and as we prepare for this panel discussion on the topic of the day, which is the topic of the day, which is media freedom and development, balancing independence and accountability. Okay. Hope everybody has a microphone. Media freedom and development, balancing independence and accountability. And as we, of course, prepare my panelists here, who will also get an opportunity to introduce themselves. But as you heard, we don't have much time. I should say that a free and independent media is just an institution. It is the lifeblood of any society that seeks progress. It is a pillar of development and the heartbeat of every democracy that wishes to stand on responsibility, legitimacy, and accountability. And I think those are important words: responsibility, legitimacy, and accountability. And when the media is allowed to operate without interference, it empowers citizens with knowledge, strengthens public institutions, and ensures that those entrusted with power serve the public good. And I'm hoping, and I was willing to ask the PS, or the CS rather, and now the PS, whether they're willing to walk the talk, because I think they always talk, but walking the talk is a challenge, given the various characters that we see in government. So today we're of course confronted with a disturbing reality. Across this country, we are seeing subtle maneuvers and blatant efforts aimed at capturing the media, weakening its independence and constraining its watchdog role. And these actions do more than threaten journalists. They strike at the very foundation of democratic governance. A democracy without a free press, as we know, is a democracy in name only. Again, I think what we are seeing is a declining level of democracy in this country, given governance challenges. And I'm hoping the CEO of ESCC will also respond to those issues, because that is their mandate. But we must be clear, this climate of pressure, coercion, and attempted control cannot continue, of course. To silence the media is to silence the people. To undermine journalism is to erode freedom of expression. And to restrict the press is to attack democracy itself. As such, we must collectively and unequivocally strengthen that accountability, both within the media houses themselves, and I think that is critical to this discussion, but also within government. And so, I'm going to ask my colleagues to respond to specific questions relating to accountability and independence. And I'll start with Millicent. Not because she works for KBC, but I think she's interacted with a lot of these challenges. Having worked in this space for a little bit, and because accountability cuts both ways. That those calling for greater accountability, and this is the challenge sometimes we see with the media,
those calling for greater accountability should also demonstrate themselves that they are accountable. In other words, the media must demonstrate integrity, accountability, transparency in their operations and journalism. So the question is, having listened to the PS and the CS, how can we, as journalists, Millicent, advocate and promote accountability, good governance, responsibility, and professionalism when we are increasingly seeing an irresponsible media? I think this has been pointed out a few times.
Good morning. Yeah, I wish the PS was here to hear somebody from the public broadcaster speaking. So when we talk about accountability,
Just a moment, let me just confirm that the PS is right somewhere here, because I think it's important for him to listen to this or to be part of these conversations.
okay, maybe you could just introduce ourselves more, what we do, okay? I'm told you have to wait for the PS.
Please proceed with the introductions.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mwenda Njoka. I work for Cape Media, which is a holding company for TV 47 and Radio 47. I'm also a former government employee, having worked in government for 10 years plus. Thank you.
Good morning once again. As you were told earlier, my name is Millicent Awor, and I'm the Assistant Editor-in-Chief, the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and I'm also Council Member, Kenya Editors Guild for Television. Asantene.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nzau Musau. I'm a Senior Project Manager at Frederick Norman Foundation. I'm also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm a journalist, a member of the Guild, and also a member of the Media Complaints Commission. Asante.
Hamjambo. My name is Pamela Sitoni. I'm a retired journalist, and I now work as an independent consultant. And among those consultancies, I serve as public editor for Nation Media Group. I'm also a former member of the Council of Kenya Editors Guild, and I sit and serve in the programs committee of the Guild, and I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you.
All right, I'm told that, of course, because the CS is still around, the PS might not leave until the CS has left. So maybe just to manage time, we may want to go for a break, a quick break, as we wait for him to come back to the room. So please, if we take 20 minutes for the break, and then we will have the... Yeah? Yes. Yes. We have a comfort break, tea break, and then we'll come back after 20 minutes, please. Good.
Thanks for taking the lead.
Did you know Israel has never fully defined its borders? Most countries have maps showing exactly where their sovereignty begins and where it ends, but Israel doesn't.
Hamjambo, karibu sana katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Welcome to our 8th annual Editors Convention, where this year's conversation is anchored on 3 T's: truth, trust, and technology. Can we have truth without trust? Can we build trust without technology? And what role is media in Kenya playing in the digital age? Let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have more than 27 million internet users, and everyone, including the media, is eyeing this audience for revenue generation. But good news is, media in Kenya is embracing AI and emerging tech for storytelling, policy formulation that is media friendly. What about technology and safety and security of journalists? This remains a major challenge, both offline and online. Offline, more than 100 journalists were killed worldwide in 2024, and more than 500 were jailed. Online, we've seen journalists being trolled, threatened, and silenced. So how do we navigate this? That's why we are here.
Journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. So we must brace ourselves and look at new ways on how we can sustain media houses. And KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is to have the government set up a media sustainability fund.
There's a real want in terms of equipment by journalists at the state broadcaster. So this is an area which the guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
The media landscape in Africa is losing up to 30% of its revenue to digital platforms.
Most media houses are pursuing other ways of going through things like sponsored content, things like diversification of what their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between truth and manipulation.
When AI came into being, most of us saw it as a threat. We thought AI had come to take up our jobs. We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
From where I sit, technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer what we used to call the gatekeepers. Right now, the audiences are part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining, and even debunking some of the information that is flowing around the spaces that people consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach wider.
Let's just do proper journalism at first. so that the story that you are investing in, it is properly sourced, it is credible.
As Kenya Editors Guild, that's where we come in through training, through mentorship, and just having journalists report, taking into consideration ethical values, yes. So it's good to embrace technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with...
It was on the 16th. It was on the 16th July 2024 when my journalistic career changed for the worst.
Behind every headline is a human story. And Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle where we were filming from. We were hurt because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events, political actors. But what has made it easy for us is that as Kenya Editors Guild and Kenya Media Sector Working Group, we have one resolve: to protect and advocate for safety, security, and welfare of journalists.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas, I still live with them. And my justice, still not served.
We've been open to engagements. We've engaged different quarters, including the Office of DPP, IPOA, police. We've had conversations with them and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as fully as possible. Tell us whatever you want.
In 2025, Kenya Editors Guild set new benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
One of our current projects is with the Gates Foundation on Thought Leadership series. It's about health. It's on the pillar of health. We are also planning to launch the biotechnology handbook during the annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
As Kenya Editors Guild, our resolve remains to advocate for press freedom, welfare, safety, and security of journalists. But remember, it's not just work and no play. We're also here to network and unwind. Tukutane kwenye gala. Hamjambo, karibu sana katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Welcome to our 8th annual Editors Convention, where this year's conversation is anchored on 3 T's: truth, trust, and technology. Can we have truth without trust? Can we build trust without technology? And what role is media in Kenya playing in the digital age? let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have more than 27 million internet users, and everyone, including the media, is eyeing this audience for revenue generation. But good news is, media in Kenya is embracing AI and emerging tech for storytelling. However, it has proven to be an expensive venture. That's why we appeal for support, resources, and policy formulation that is media friendly. What about technology and safety and security of journalists? This remains a major challenge, both offline and online. Offline, more than 100 journalists were killed worldwide in 2024, and more than 500 were jailed. Online, we've seen journalists being trolled, threatened, and silenced. So how do we navigate this? That's why we are here.
As 2025 draws to a close, journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not gonna end soon. So we must brace ourselves and look at new ways on how we can sustain media houses. And KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is to have the government set up a media sustainability fund.
There's a real want in terms of equipment by journalists at the state broadcaster. So this is an area which the guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
The media landscape in Africa is losing up to 30% of its revenue to digital platforms.
Most media houses are pursuing other ways of kind of widening their revenue streams. And this they are doing through things like sponsored content, things like diversification of what their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between truth and manipulation.
When AI came into being, most of us saw it as a threat. We thought AI had come to take up our jobs. We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
From where I sit, technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer what we used to call the gatekeepers.
So
right now, the audience
in my view,
what we
I
do.
know that there have been all these developments, there's digital media, the growth of digital, but responsible journalism is fundamentally about the tenets of journalism that
even debunking
we started learning about a long time ago, and we still learn about them. So it's about accountability, it's about truth, it's about checking your facts. It's really about balance and fairness. It's about making sure that you have the right facts. But more importantly, I think responsible journalism is about courage. It's about being very brave as a journalist. And for media houses, it's about remaining stoic, even in the face of challenges, even in the face of withdrawal of advertisements. It's about sticking to the truth and telling the truth as it is, and calling for accountability, pointing out where we have corruption, holding those we have given power, those we've given authority, holding them to account and making sure that they really serve the interests of the citizens, the interests of the public. And that really is responsible journalism. It is not a very convenient thing, and it is not a convenient profession at all. Thank you.
And I think that's an important issue that you've raised right there, Pamela, particularly when it comes to serving public interest. And Wenda, as the CEO of one of the emerging media houses, and I think gaining a lot of, some traction with regard, especially TV47. And we've seen public trust in media is declining not only in Kenya but around the world. And Pamela has talked about responsible journalism, doing what, of course, maybe people, society expects. But what do you think are the drivers of this decline, particularly in public trust? And how can the media rebuild that credibility and strengthen relationships with audiences?
Thank you very much, Prof. On the issue of public trust in the media, it is a fact that it has gone down significantly in the last couple of years. We've seen also it has had a very significant influence in terms of numbers for newspaper circulation, for TV viewership, and also for radio, which has, although has not declined, it has significantly remained stagnant. The drivers of this, one of the drivers is the fact that there has been a proliferation of fake news undermining the credibility of media. And then there's also the fact that nowadays anybody with a camera or with a smartphone can come out somewhere, take a video, circulate it, and edit it and pass it on as news. So those are the challenges. That's technological advances that have impacted negatively on the media to the extent that what you call pseudo media has become now is a new media. So how do we, as a mainstream media, as mainstream media ensure that we meet credibility? One of the things is to avoid falling prey to trying to populism news, because I've seen a case where sometimes in the interest of chasing numbers on digital, even mainstream media, including even our own, where I work, we've seen those kind of cases where people pick stories that are not verified and use them. In the process, it becomes a problem later. You have to disown that story or come out and apologize. So as a mainstream media, the first thing that we need to do is ensure strict credibility, strict fact checking, and then also do stories that are not necessarily driven by pursuit for popularity, but stories that have an impact, stories that are useful. As my colleague Millicent has mentioned, investigative stories are a very good starting point. Unfortunately, because of issues of budgets, we've seen a very, almost the death of investigative journalism. That is one area that we should invest in to be able to attract new viewers or new readers, and also even in terms of public credibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Mwenda. Nzao, Mwenda's talked about lack of investment, particularly in more meaningful forms of journalism, including investigative journalism. And that is as a consequence of what many of the panelists here have said, financial sustainability and declining, of course, revenues because of the business models that we know are also collapsing. So how can development partners, for example, Friedrich Niemann Foundation, and donors support media viability without, and this is important, without creating new dependencies or undermining autonomy? And what role do you see civil society, because I think you're part of that, playing in safeguarding, especially internal freedom, but also freedom from outside, and promoting, of course, accountability, which is the subject of this discussion?
Thank you, Prof. I was waiting for you to ask me from where I sit, and then I tell you I'm sitting here. Thank you. So yeah, I think that's a good question. Thank you. So I'm saying it's a good question. It goes into the very heart of independence of media, because when you fund, the way you have put the question is how do we balance between the independence of the media but also sustainability while also supporting them? I think institutions like ourselves, the foundation, and also the universities which are also here, and other development partners, we've done very well to support the media, to inform policy, and also to do research that can help media begin to understand other innovative ways of making money, but also supporting conversations like the one we have today. I think conversations are really, really important. If you remember, Prof, you are the author of the research that we did, and one of the things that came out from that research was the issue of Media Sustainability Fund. And I agree with what has been said here. It is not easy. It's not a very easy, in terms of operating that fund, where you get the money, how you use that money without impacting on the independence of the and freedom of the media is an issue, but we should have a starting point. And driving those conversations, including research, into how that can work. How has it worked anywhere? If we are the ones starting it, how can we innovate around it so that it performs its function? It is an area that development partners can play together with the media itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Zhao. Now, Bwana PS, Saboke, you've heard what the colleagues from the media have said, particularly with regard to accountability and media support and sustainability. And when you're talking here earlier, including the speech by the CS, talked about media harassment not being a government policy. But one of the culprits when it comes to threats against the media, which then contributes to lack of accountability sometimes because of the pressure, particularly informal pressure that is exerted on the media. How can the government walk the talk so that we're not just, talking without action? And we've seen a lot of this. Sometimes, and for example, when it comes to payment of bills, several cabinet secretaries have addressed the media and promised to pay, but we still see that as a challenge, and that contributes to some of the issues that we see within the media itself.
Thank you, Prof. How can government walk the talk regarding accountability, regarding media freedom, regarding the role of media in our society? I think my colleagues in the panel have actually made their contributions in terms of the role of media in accountability and how that really plays. What I'll say is that, first of all, government is an enabler. Our work is actually to maintain law and order. Government is about obviously getting from citizens what the citizens want, and eventually that's underpinned by the Constitution. So the Constitution that sort of governs Kenya is very clear on the role of media and also media freedom and all the same. So in terms of media, the freedom is given is not negotiable. It is what it is. It is already embedded in the Constitution. What the government is saying is that while media is exercising the freedom, we urge and plead that as we partner, as the CS said, let's partner and play your role with responsibility and obviously accountability in the sense of how you report. What do I mean by this? We live in a normal society. There is things happening, development, news, political rhetoric, all those things. And it's a work of media to reflect that out, because media is like a mirror of society. But in the course of reflecting that, what the government sees is sometimes slant. You do a slant, or you exaggerate. There's a small bonfire, you show it as if the entire city is burning. So how can we balance this? Obviously report as it is, report the truth, but don't exaggerate. And this is where the whole thing about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, fake news, exaggerations and all that. But also in the course of reporting, let's also support our country. Remember, we have one country, all of us, whether we are in government, in media, in the general society, we have a country to protect. So in the course of reporting, let's also ensure that we are protecting the nationhood of Kenya. You find that a lot, and someone was actually, during the sort of break, we talk about 9/11, the sort of famous American incident in New York. And we all followed it on CNN and all that, and sadly, many Americans actually lost their lives. But what you never saw dead bodies, you never saw blood. The incident was reported, the heinous, obviously, crime was reported, but they protected the dignity of America. So there's that balance between truth and dignity. Truth and also national interests and national sort of ethos and values. Just to also say this, and you mentioned about pending bills. Government in many sectors is the largest player in terms of enterprise, largest consumer and use of many goods and services. So the media is obviously part of it. We are aware of the pending bills. Unfortunately, it's a historical thing. It actually dates past the fifth administration of His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. It actually dates backwards, if you look. What structure has been put in place? The government has actually put a pending bills verification committee, actually chaired by an eminent former Auditor General, Dr. Oko, to look at the authenticity and the genuineness of those bills. I think for the media, we probably have something like 866 million, just short of $1 billion. But generally, you've got really billions of amounts pending. And what is the government doing? In the midst of obviously meeting our obligations, for example, development, which is actually ongoing, is to verify and pay those bills as they come due, and also in tranches. And I think media before this, probably the amount was like something like 1.4 billion, if I recall well. So some of it was paid. Like the CS said, there's a very active plan to actually relook at those and prioritize possibly media so that you're not impaired in terms of your operations because of the amounts you're owed. So it's not government policy to frustrate media. Media is actually part of society, and probably the amount you're owed is probably the lesser of the big amount. Not that it's actually any but just to give a guarantee that it's actually one of the things we are focusing on to clear so that we don't get this thing, going forward in terms of, the media space.
All right.
Thank you.
Buonapia, sometimes, these pending bills verification committee, sometimes those are delaying strategies and tactics. And maybe every time the media comes and Mwenda comes to demand what he is owed, he's told they're still verifying those whatever. And we've seen that being a delay tactic to some extent. I'm hoping that what you said will actually be done very soon. So that those money that is owed to media houses can be paid.
I just want to guarantee that it's actually not a delaying tactic. As you know, in government, you also work with documents. You must support any activity or any transaction you do. So because these are historical claims, you then must also go through some verification so that when you pay, you're not followed by my friend here. Years later to say, no, there was some money paid that was undue, some economic value has been transferred without support, there's corruption or any of those crimes. So there's a balance between speed and accuracy.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we have maybe time for one more question on the floor so that we're not hogging all the time. Does anybody want to ask the panelists a question? Yes. Topista and then Wafula. Can someone? And if you can make those quick, please.
Yeah. My question goes to the PS. This is about the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication and the change in training. I think, would you explain to us how the training is being aligned with things we are talking about in this convention?
No, thank you very much. I think that's a good question. We are principal of the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. Actually, the CEO, Bwana Wakoli, is somewhere here. Maybe he can raise up his hand. Wakoli, where are you? Yeah, he's here. So just to confirm that currently we are actually having the act under Kenya Institute of Mass Communication being reviewed to actually make it Kenya School of Communication. Kenya School of Communication. And what is the difference? The difference is that I think in terms of the act and in terms of where KMC was classified, it was limiting us in terms of capitation, it was limiting us in terms of what the government could actually do with it, it was also limiting in terms of which certificates they could actually issue. The Kenya School of Communication empowers KMC to actually broaden in terms of the curriculum, in terms of the content, and eventually respond to the changing environment. If you like, you're shifting from brick and mortar to digital space, AI and all that. So really they're empowering the new curriculum, just make sure the quality of journalists and the quality of communicators they actually produce are responsive, and the certificates they receive actually get recognition just beyond a tertiary level classification that it was before. So really those are the fundamentals, and I urge that maybe the media, the appeal is actually a draft at the moment, it's actually on the website. We're encouraging that you can comment on it, you can make your contribution, but really the intention and objective is give more power to the school and almost make it to a point where it can almost give sort of diplomas, possibly degrees in communication. Thank you.
Mine also goes to Mr. Isaboke, and it is relating to advertising, and specifically what the CS had alluded to before he left us. If I got him right, the CS in his off-the-cuff remarks alluded to not being particularly enthusiastic about directing advertising to a media that keeps on bashing him. Maybe Mr. Isaboke can just assure us that we go back to the basics to appreciate, because that is a very popular narrative with people in the government, unfortunately. Let's get back to the basics and just appreciate what is the role of the media. The media is the society's watchdog.
Thanks, Charles. Because I think we're really pressed for time, let's take very short questions.
Just Mr. Isaboke, to assure us that you will direct advertising to the media houses that are deserving, not those ones that sing praises or flatter the powers that be. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Mr. Isaboke, take one more question or two more, and then the panel can respond to that. Wafula, please.
I almost refuse to ask the question because of time. But I'll just want to look the PS in the eye and request him to be honest, because we are speaking to editors. Now, when you talk about verification of pending bills, for 3 years, as a government, are we being serious? I've looked at OCO's term was extended twice. Like right now, are they sitting somewhere verifying? What exactly are they doing? Are they asking, when was this ad run, Citizen or on BC, or which, who ordered it, and was it aired? He has muted me, but how long does it really take us? Can you tell us today as editors, when do you expect this process to be over, so that we hold you accountable as an accounting officer? Because we can't keep talking about verification and you're lying Kenyans. Two, I will just ask the same question that he has asked, which is a very critical question. I've also heard it from, is thinking of government the think, is it an inside think, the mind of the government of the day, that you only want to advertise with media that sings or praises? Is that the thinking of the government? Because if that is, I don't think you need to really respond to the rest of the questions.
All right, shall we take one last one? Just ask. Oh, I thought you had a question. Okay.
My question was the one Wanyama
Oh, very
said.
good, very good. That will be the last one.
Okay, mine is about protecting journalists when they're doing their work. From the documentary, we saw that some of the journalists who were hurt recently, their cases are still out there. There's been nothing. So as a government, are you open to perhaps having a joint mechanisms with KEG to track these violations and ensure the perpetrators are brought to book as a measure of deterrence? Thank you.
So yes, most of those questions are directed towards the PS. Please, PS, respond, and then I'll give an opportunity to the rest of the panelists to also.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, members of the Editors Guild. I just want to be short and sharp and straight to say that, and obviously I'm not second guessing my boss. You heard him, you guys were in the room, he spoke. I do not want to actually add or subtract on what he said. That is the government position. Very clear that government obviously works in this space. We do not discriminate. If there's any issue between government and a particular media house, or as will be the case, or in specific things, I think that is a matter of the law. We've seen, for example, before, where a media house has covered a thing that is probably slanderous or defaming. The affected individuals then will take action, and then the law is tested. So I really want to say that I think let's leave it to where the CS left it, to say we are here to work with media across. You are licensed entities, you operate in this environment, you are legitimate. It's a matter of what you do and what we do. There's really no victimizing. It really depends on the specific things that we're referring to. And obviously each one of those, and you know it, sometimes either media or in fact affected individuals, either government or executives in the government will test it with the law, because we actually are governed by the rule of law. Regarding the pending bills, I just want to be affirmative and say this as accounting officer. I've only been here for 6 months. Probably over that period, and my Secretary of Administration is here, even before we came to this meeting, we knew we needed an answer for this issue. We actually raised the same issue with the National Treasury, because government is a system. Government is not one individual or just a section. It's an ecosystem. I can tell you the CS has been in contact with the ECS counterpart, the National Treasury, because these are financial issues. We've articulated matters of media to say we would like to see these pending bills of 866 million cleared for the benefit of media and the wider society. That we have done is on record. We cannot put our correspondences in public. We are doing everything we can within the government structures to ensure that that process actually comes to fruition. I am also assured that before my entry, before my 6 months thing, there was obviously some payment, and but I'm aware you can say this. I think the pending bills before were 1.4 billion, if I remember. I've seen the historical numbers. This is now 860 million. So there is that delta, and that was, again, government intervening to pay. Do we want to prioritize media? Yes. Do we feel the pain of media? Yes. Are we doing everything we can within the structures to support? Yes. That's all I can say. Just get my assurance that we're doing everything, but just also appreciate the government works within structures. So we're doing everything we can to actually on that. And just if you even Google pending bills, total amount, and I don't want to speak for that, you will actually see that it's a much bigger issue, but we are actually focusing on the media side just to make sure that pain is actually managed. On the last point, which was kind of journalist safety, security, and welfare, that I actually want to say that it's a matter that I like us to engage maybe more in a closed format, because I think it's legitimate. We need journalists or media people to feel as free as any other people in the course of their duty. If any of them, by any chance, are either in trouble or caught in any of these things, I think it's a role of government to protect them. It's a role of government to assure them of safety, security. So this is one area that I like, maybe through your Editors Guild or any of the journalists sort of association, to see us so that we can actually liaise with also this other side, interior, that actually look after law and order, to ensure that journalists' welfare is actually catered for because you are embedded. You guys are caught normally in the act. You need to get the action in the process. You might actually be caught in the crossfire. You're not the intended sort of target or in the course of that action. It could be street sort of runnings and all that, but you are caught. We want to have a discussion where we say, how do we actually ensure your protection? What I see in international media, even in a war situation, is that media have got press sort of labeling and everything with their vehicle or their own jackets, and that's normally respected because press freedom is actually an international guarantee. So we want to practice that, especially in line with our constitution. So on this one, I'll ask Madam President, let's initiate. I get my colleague from Interior that actually look after law and order. Let's see what we can do to actually ensure that the police or anybody that are doing law enforcement also just protect the protect the journalists. You're actually meant to be part of the sort of like good order. Thank you, Prof.
Thanks, PS. And let me put now the question, and this will be, each one of us will get about a minute to make their closing remarks. But the same question, especially to Mwenda and Millicent, the question of security and safety of journalists. And SG here will tell you that sometimes the biggest violators of journalistic independence are the media houses themselves that do not pay well, for instance, that delay salaries, and all those violations. How can you promote that safety and security from, especially within, so that there is accountability on your part as media houses?
I think the first thing that you need to look at is the fact that there's a saying, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. So what I want to say is that also as media houses, we have an obligation to ensure we recruit people who are capable and pay them accordingly. Although, of course, it depends also on the economic circumstances of the country and many other factors. Right now, all media houses are facing diminishing revenues, so which has an impact. But I can say, like for the media house that I had, we've tried our best to try and maintain a modicum of decency. But the other thing is also cumulatively, the media should start, they say charity starts at home. So the media has an obligation to ensure that it provides the working tools, the working environment for its staff. But besides that, there's something I would like to add as a part of my closing remarks. There's something that the PS has talked about, also the president of KEGAN talked about, incentives for the media to make the media business more attractive and also more profitable. Madam President had mentioned about tax incentives. I would also propose, there's this program in government called PSIP. There's a public service internship program. I know there is it provides a stipend, a monthly stipend for people who go for internship in government sectors, in various sectors. Possibly, I would propose that Bona PS, if it's possible to have media specifically as an incentive to have students who are undertaking media journalism who seek internship in private sector media houses, because we take almost 99% for internship, whereas KBC can only take maybe 1 to 5%. So would you look at a possibility of PSIP where that stipend is also made available to a media house that provides instead, because now we are forced to become training ground for students, and at the same time we are not, possibly many media houses don't have a capacity to pay them. Thank you.
Thanks, Manda. Millicent, same question.
Okay, I think this is a bit paradoxical when you talk about the welfare and safety of journalists. As Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, we've ensured that our journalists have the safety gear. The safety gears include a helmet, a bulletproof jacket, which they are required to wear when they're covering protests. But the paradox about this is once these journalists go out there in this gear, they actually become a target of attack, because out there, The citizen knows that this jacket is quite expensive, this helmet is quite expensive. So we are looking at getting support from policymakers to try and help us tell the public that the messenger is not your enemy, but your friend. Such that when our journalists are out there and they're wearing these helmets and these jackets, they're actually protected by the citizens. We've gone a notch higher, also through the Kenya Editors Guild, to interact with the National Police Service, and we are having trainings with them. I know one of our EC members for ethics has been co-opted in the training of our brothers in the police. And to a given extent, they are now able to identify with the journalists, not as enemies, but as friends. So we are hoping that these will be further enhanced. I have a matter for a second to maybe address the PS about, and this is self-censorship. As a public broadcaster, there are times that we suffer from self-censorship. Why do we suffer from self-censorship? Because we feel that a political actor will put pressure on our CEO, on our PS, to tell us to do this or that. So when we talk about independence, editorial independence of the public broadcaster, it is real. But what we are asking now is that we need to be insulated. We need to be protected as the voice of the public, because at the end of the day, our ethics demand that whatever we broadcast is for public good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure the MD is listening. Let me come to Pamela, and this is the issue of self-censorship. As a public editor, that is an important issue and concern, particularly, among ourselves as discerning consumers of journalism. How can you ensure that there is no self-censorship, which is more deleterious, if you may, than even state-sponsored censorship? And you've raised it in one of your articles, actually.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, self-censorship is real, and as Millicent says, at KBC, really the government is their employer and their owner, in a sense. So, of course, they censor themselves so that they do not upset whoever is paying their houses. They censor themselves when it comes to what their owner wants or who their sister organizations are, and I've had occasion to raise it with even the editors at Nation when they cannot report a court case because it involves an organization that is affiliated to them or that is owned by the same person as them. I think, in my view, it goes back to our training as journalists and also our own integrity as editors, because I've also seen in the course of my career editors who have been brave enough to stand up even to the owner. I have seen Royal Media Services editors, for example, going against their owner's command and providing a fairly balanced coverage of the elections, despite the fact that their owner had publicly stated that they should go a certain way. So in my view, I fear and not what to fear, and that's why I said really ethical journalism calls for courage, and it calls for integrity, and it calls for somebody to be fearless. And please allow me to close because I know I won't get another chance. I just wanted to raise three issues very, very quickly. One is, it is very important that we delink advertising from coverage, both the government and corporate advertisers. And let's just educate ourselves a little. Why do you place an advertisement? You place an ad because you see value on that platform to reach people with that message. You don't place an advertisement because you're doing a favor to the media house or that you want to sustain the media house. So let's delink those two issues and agree that advertising will not be linked to coverage. When the media house is unprofessional in its coverage, we have the Media Council of Kenya. All those avenues are available. You cannot tie that to advertising. And more importantly, because the government advertises on behalf of Kenyans. That is our money. That is public money. It cannot depend on the mood of the minister that then the government will decide where to put public money. The second issue that I want to talk about is on the issue of journalist safety. Can we please see the government walking its talk? We know very well that the journalists who were injured during the demonstrations were targeted as journalists. They had their vests supplied by the Media Council of Kenya, publicly declaring that they are press, and a policeman who has been identified shot at this girl, almost killed her. How many years later, we are still talking about investigations? Why hasn't somebody been charged and prosecuted for that? So we want to see action and not just telling us that it's not government policy. If it's not government policy, it means you bring those policemen who are responsible for injuring journalists deliberately and make them accountable publicly. And my last issue is really to congratulate the minister. He spoke about having a conversation with the big tech companies. And this is a big issue for media houses because content that has been generated by media houses is being used by these big tech companies to make money, and yet that revenue is not it's not being plowed back into journalism, into these media houses that develop this content. So it's really good to know that there's a conversation going on. I can only pray and hope that representatives of media houses, representatives of Kenya Editors Guild and the Kenya Union of Journalism are part of that conversation, because other countries have done it, and we can also do it to ensure that some of that money is plowed back into journalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. And Zhao and PS, I'm going to ask one question for you to respond as you make also your closing remarks. And my question is, how can the media and various other organizations from Zhao's perspective and government collaborate without compromising what we're talking about, compromising freedom of expression, freedom of the media, independence, or enabling censorship that we've been talking about?
I think we start from the premise that the function of the media in a democracy is very essential. And sometimes when we have conversations in places like here, sometimes you get the feeling that that is still not properly appreciated within the right spaces. So a continuous conversation is very essential. The PS is here, the CS was also here, and we are engaging. We are having a conversation to restate those essential basic things that we learned in school, but now in practice becomes quite a challenge. So I think continuous engagement is very key, and presence of government, but also the media. And finally, I wanted to raise just something small on I think Pam has mentioned the complaint commission. We have a commission, and it's an industry-led commission, which processes some of these complaints, some of them which have come in this floor. So please, those who have complaints against government or government complaints against media, you need to file cases so that they are processed. I'm a member of the commission myself, and they are processed fairly and adjudicated so that we get solution to some of the problems that we have. So government itself I think they have filed quite a number of cases, but media, we talk about issues. We don't bring the cases to our own tribunal. So mine is just to encourage that we take deliberate steps to raise complaints that we have so that they are processed.
Thank you, Prof. I just want to add into my colleague's comment around how does government collaborate with media without compromising each one of us' roles. I think the framework for coexistence or collaboration between media and government is very clear. It is the Constitution. The Constitution and the frameworks of our current 2010 Constitution saw the very essential role of media. They embedded a specific section on media freedom and other safeguards. And actually, it's one of those things you cannot change unless you get 2/3 support from all Kenyans by a referendum. So that framework actually governs. How do you then coexist without obviously having to look back into the book? I think for me, the analogy is like a football match. So you've got all these opposing sides. It's a serious thing because a do or die. If you have actually, like me, watched 4 or 5 World Cups live, you will actually realize it is a do or die. But within that contest, each one of them knows the rules. Each one of them knows the do's and don'ts. Each one of them knows what they can do, what they can't do. And this is why we keep on playing and saying, let's actually play within our safeguards. The Constitution is also very clear, for example, around incitement to violence, tribal labeling, balkanizing the country, all those things. So the media has to watch while agitating for freedom to not get into a space where they're inciting community against community. They are now passing the line. They're actually passing the red line. So provided we know that using that soccer analogy, media can play their space, you can play and score if you wish, in terms of, for example, investigating corruption, or any of these malpractices, no one stops you, but do not push it to a point or violence, or any of those things. And I think for me, just as a parting shot, and I hope that framework really allows everyone to realize when you are playing, you've got Bayern Munich versus Man U or Arsenal, because Arsenal is winning this time. It's actually on a winning run. You can get those guys playing rough, but they also know the limit. Then there is a yellow card and all those cautions, but it does not stop you from playing your space. Really, let's use that analogy. Just for me to give this as a parting shot. In my private space, before I joined government, I've actually traveled a lot in the continent. I have seen the different spaces in terms of media freedom. Kenya has got one of the most vibrant media sectors globally. This is as good as you can see in the UK. This is as good as you can see in New York, anywhere. So let's cherish that freedom. Let's cherish that sort of vibrancy that we have. People admire us a lot. They see, people watch, for example, the parliamentary proceedings on KBC in Tanzania. They say, we watch your parliamentary channel. It's not their parliament, it's our parliament. They look at those vibrant debates, for example, these impeachments and all that. People watch our shows across the continent. So we have all this sort of very strong dynamic image, which sometimes we lack to appreciate internally. So I just want to say, you have actually taken our standard to one of the highest it can be anywhere. You have no sort of thing to regret or sort of look back and think you are actually any less. Let's actually embed this good practice. Obviously, we'll do everything to ensure that you're sustainable, media is sustainable, media continues playing their role, and especially we support the young journalists to actually also thrive, so that in future we have other emerging young talent, to sort of cope and step up into where the talent we have had before also has come from. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together and thank the panelists. I think we put on the spot the PS, but he's responded to our questions honestly and confidently. And Omoyo just respond very quickly to a question that Mwenda posed. And as I invite, I'll ask my panelists to maybe exit the stage so that we can invite the next. Martin, if you come to the stage. And Omoyo wanted to respond quickly to the issue of internships.
Mwenda should hear this. Every 3 months, the Media Council sends 150 to 200 students to 68 media houses on internship. We can ask for more students for longer periods, isn't it? Don't say we set it up. That is the whole idea of that the internship works a bit. But number 2, panel kanapokuja, when we look at the bills owed to media hub plainly put on a piece of paper, and the bills media houses or government plainly put on a piece of paper, the Kenya Power, Communication Authority, and KBC put the bills media houses or government, you realize that what government owes media houses is less than 10% of what they owe government. It's a fairly tricky matter if you had that data projection in Kidogo, but anyway, that was a question. So, and until we are running the internship program application until 5th of December, them and all that.
Aya, asante sana Omoyo. And as we finish this session, let me invite the Vice President of the Kenya Editors Guild to come on board and offer a vote of thanks to PS and the government officials that opened this session, and then we'll proceed from there. And I'll call Martin to the stage after.
Good afternoon, everyone. So mine will be very brief. We are running short of time. We are one hour behind schedule. So basically, my role was to thank the CS, but since he has left, the gratitude will be passed through the PS. So, Bwana PS, we want to thank you so much for taking this opportunity to grace our occasion and to perform the official opening. Together, there was a team that put up this convention, and I'll also want to take this opportunity to thank the team that put up this convention. If it were not for this particular team, Bwana PS, we will not enjoy the ambience, and the panel and the program will not run as smoothly as it is running. Convention Planning Committee, please, wherever you are, the Convention Planning Committee, just stand up and wave. The Convention Planning Committee, the president here is a member. The Convention Planning Committee, and the Convention Planning Committee consisted of both members of KEG and members of the government. Asanteni sana. We also have partners who have really supported us, and we cannot, without mention, give enough gratitude. So our gratitude goes out to each and individual member of our supporters. And what I'll do, I'll just mention all of them collectively, then we can give them one major round of applause instead of thanking each of them individually. Safaricom, do you have any representative in the house? Safaricom, thank you so much Safaricom for supporting us. Media Council of Kenya, thank you so much for your support. Media Council of Kenya, Omoyo and team, thank you for your support. KenGen, asanteni sana for your support, KenGen. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, tunashukuru sana for your support. TikTok, thank you so much, Perorwan, for your support. EACC, through the CEO, thank you so much for your support. Kenya Ports Authority, they have a function today, but yesterday we visited their premises and they hosted us, so sana KPA for your support. Kenya Pipeline Company, are you in the house? Thank you, Kenya Pipeline Company, for your support. Kenya Power, thank you so much for your support. Retirement Benefits Authority, thank you for your support, Ratemo and team. KEMSA, Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA, thank you for your support, KEMSA. Harm Reduction Society, thank you for your support. Some of them are out in their booths, manning their booths. We thank them so much. Ketraco, thank you so much for your support. CGTN, thank you so much for your support, CGTN. Oxygen, thank you so much for your support for the production. The video you watched here was done by Oxygen. TikTok, thank you so much for your support. Oh, you are lucky I've mentioned you twice. KIDC, thank you so much for your support. ODP, Office of the Data Protection, thank you so much for your support. National Lands Commission, asante sana for your support. FNA Huawei, thank you so much, David, for your support. Kilifi County Government, are they here? Through the Kilifi Governor, the hosts, thank you so much for your support. The Governor will be joining us tomorrow evening for the gala.
KENHA, Kenya National Highways Authority, Kumba and team, they might not be here. Thank you so much for your support. The service provider who has done all this deca and set us up here, Naomi and team, plus sound and everything, thank you so much for your support. Sun and Sand Hotel, Halake and team, are you here? Anybody from Sun and Sand? Asanteni sana for your support, Sun and Sand. Na sisi wenyewe pia. You can imagine if we did all this and you didn't show up. Thank you so much for turning up. Now let's give our partners and all of us one major round of applause. Tafadhali makofi kwa partners na sisi wote. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Openda. I am back here for some serious engagement. I do not want to stand between you and your lunch, so I'll be very brief. As I do that, I will allow me to recognize Engineer Leo Baruet. He is representing the Director General at the Communications Commission. Leo is here with us. Thank you, Engineer Karibu. Yeah. We have a brief engagement here with the EACC. We want to take our engagement at different level. And without wasting time, I want to introduce to you the next speaker. He is Mr. Abdi Mohammed, MBS. He's a Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, effective January 11, 2025. Prior to his appointment, he was the Deputy Chief Executive Officer at EACC, a position he held for a period of 2.5 years. He also served as Director in charge of investigations at the EACC for about 10 years. Mr. Abdi is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a seasoned investigator with a wealth of experience spanning over 30 years in investigation of corruption and economic crimes. He started his law enforcement career in 1989 as a cadet inspector at the Kenya Police Service. He later joined Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission in 2005, the predecessor of EACC, as a senior officer in charge of Rapid Response Division, where he rose through the ranks to his current position. Mr. Abdi has undergone extensive training over the years as a career detective in corruption and economic crimes, both locally and internationally, with various distinguished law enforcement agencies. As Director Investigation, he was charged with managing and coordinating investigations in several high-profile cases, both in Kenya and beyond. Owing to this distinguished career in the public, he was with Moran, the banning MB in 2016. Mr. Abdi holds Master of Science in Security and from the University of I wish someone stabilizes this sound as quickly as possible. He also holds a Bachelor of Laws from Mount Kenya University and a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law. Now, I want to present to you the CEO of the ESCC, Mr. Abdi Mohammed. Karibu.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I will not take long. I will try to be as brief as possible, but kindly, before I start my brief remarks, allow me just to introduce the members of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission that are with us here, specifically the management. I have 3 directors. They can stand at the front there. The man on my immediate left is called Jackson Mue. He is the Director, Field Services, meaning all our offices in the regions. He is the person who runs those offices. He is followed by Joel Mukumu. Joel Mukumu is the Director in charge of Finance at the Commission. And the other gentleman is called David Toh. He is the Director in charge of Legal Services at the Commission. So, although other senior officers from the Commission, but I don't want to take a lot of time. So, to start off, let me first of all appreciate the President of the Kenya Editors Guild, the Secretary stroke CEO of the Kenya Editors Guild, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are present here. Good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity to first of all thank the Editors Guild for the invitation to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to participate in the 8th Annual Editors Convention 2025 here in Kilifi County. We are here mainly for 2 reasons. One is signing of an MOU with the Editors Guild, and the other one, just to talk to you briefly, to explain to you why it is necessary that the editors and the other journalists who are present partner with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I also want to appreciate the distinguished participants of this particular forum, more so Mr. Lee Njiru, who has been able to write some books, at least one book about what he saw in State House and other areas during the time he served there. And just to echo what the PS said about how blessed we are to be Kenyans, I want to refer you to one book which was written by a journalist. He's not an African, but a very distinguished journalist called Paul Kenyon. The book is titled The Men Who Stole Africa. He didn't talk about women, he talked about men. And he didn't say the men who stole from Africa. He said the book is entitled The Men Who Stole Africa. He starts from Congo during Mobutu Sese Seko's time, goes all the way to Zimbabwe, talks about Libya, talks about Nigeria, in giving the history of why those countries are there the way they are. And you realize that really we had very good founding fathers of this nation. Because in the 60s, that is when this book, what it talks about, although we also had one blessing in my assessment, the blessing we had was, other than the good leaders who started us off, we didn't have resources, natural resources that are in the ground, oil and other minerals. Because those African countries that are really suffering were invaded and destabilized simply because of their resources. So let me say that the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Survey of 2024 put unemployment as the challenge that this country faces at 49.1%. It was closely followed by corruption at number 2. So that means that corruption is a challenge in our country. As much as it's not the top challenge, but it is a challenge. And for that reason, we've decided as a commission to try to shift our focus in the fight against corruption significantly in 2 areas. Number 1, we've realized partnership is very critical in the fight against corruption. Because without partners who are able to go along with you, understand the problem, talk about the problem, we will not make much headway. So that is one of the key reasons why we are here, trying to talk to you, make you understand the challenges that we face as a country, and how you as a person can come in to do it bit. Because it's not for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission alone to deal with this issue. The other area that, when it comes to corruption as it were, bribery tops the list because corruption is listed as various offenses, many offenses. Bribery tops the list. So what do we do about bribery? Because bribery seems to cut across all sectors of our economy, including the media. At times, we mainly blame the police for a very good reason because theirs is very much visible. But in our assessment and our studies, there is not even one sector in our economy that is safe from bribery. I'm not talking about corruption as a whole. So we are focused on ensuring that we do something about bribery at service delivery points where people are supposed to be served. But just to give you an indication of the Commission's work in the last financial year, we completed 175 cases, which we forwarded to the Director of Public Prosecution to prosecute. We also, during that period, in the court, we won convictions in 33 cases of the cases that were before court. So in the same period, we were able to recover illegally assets worth 3.4 billion Kenya shillings during the same period, and we averted loss of another 16.6 billion shillings through proactive investigations. So we are more right now focused on recovering the assets, following where the money goes, trying to reduce the level of bribery in our country so that we are at least better off from where we currently are. What kind of support do we need from you as media practitioners? Number one, we need you, first of all, to understand how to report corruption. I'm not saying you don't understand, but we want you to get better idea of how, for example, corruption is reported and what are the specific independent agencies that deal with corruption from the start to the end. In many occasions when we interact with even, as learned people, as the media practitioners, we are asked, why did you not charge so-and-so whom you investigated? Now, for those who are well informed, you do understand that charging suspects is the prerogative of the Director of Public Prosecution. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is an investigative agency. So we investigate and forward the cases to the Director of Public Prosecution. We gave ourselves a constitution that safeguards the boundaries of independent constitutional institutions, such that one institution doesn't have all the powers that are supposed to be, in the chain. So that we have investigative agencies, then you have the Director of Public Prosecution who prosecutes, and we have our courts to do the adjudication bit of it. So, but there is one area where the Commission has full independence. It is the area of civil recovery. And that is where I talked about the figures I mentioned where we can file in cases where we feel public officers may have acquired unexplained assets or may have stolen assets. We go to court, we have lawyers, we have about 100 lawyers at the commission who go to court to seek the recovery of those assets. The other area that we have complete independence is the area of public awareness and prevention. Public awareness is an area where all of us and everybody should be involved in. That is why we are talking to you this afternoon to inform you all of us have a responsibility. We don't have to wait for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate. We can prevent. If you can prevent within the sphere of your control, if, for example, you are an accounting officer institution and you discourage corruption within your area, or you eliminate if possible, then we will have reduced corruption and bribery to a large extent. So without wasting more time, I want to stop there so that we can move to the most important occasion that brought us to this hotel, which is the signing of the MOU with the Kenya Editors Guild. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I'll probably request the President to join you here and the CEO on the this table. Please take your seats here as I bring this conversation home for media people. Allow me to say very briefly the story of following the money for accountability, the editor's role. So colleagues, when taxpayers hear about billions in budgets, they expect roads, schools, clinics, clean water, and not invoices, not ghost projects and debts. So following the money means exposing the journey from allocation to procurement to who gets paid to what actually is delivered on the ground to improve the lives of our people, the lives of our audiences. So the memorandum we are getting into today between EACC and KEG recognizes a simple truth. And remember, in our theme, trust is key, and truth would enhance trust in what we do. So this MOU recognizes a simple truth, that independent journalism and anti-corruption enforcement are strongest when they collaborate, when they work together, when they don't, to three core things: strengthening media integrity, safeguard editors and reporters from capture, economic capture. We hardly quite speak about this. We casually speak about the brown envelope as journalists, and we get fidgety. I'm sure you know as practitioners what our news sources are enduring with bribery taking journalists at all level. I'm sure you know about this. The second intention here is to support investigative journalism. Editors go to so that editors get access to verified information, legal context, and emerging corruption trends. Stories based on documents, facts, and timelines, not whispers, so that there will be no much chance of people walking to court to seek to file libel suits. And the third element of this MOU is timely cooperation in crisis. When big scandals hit, we resist propaganda and disinformation. We protect public interest with credible, synchronized information. So this partnership will be driven by an oversight team drawn from both EACC and KEG, with a secretariat to coordinate training, information sharing, and research. Activities will be co-developed and co-owned, not top-down, so that we still keep our independence as journalists, so that we have facts. And so this is what KEG is getting into with EACC today. So with those remarks, I would want to ask that the MOU documents be placed on this table. Tunafanya mchana kionekana. It's action time. So that there are no more excuses that we weren't able to get the right information. Thank you. The Director of Legal Services, I'm told by the CEO, is the AG at EACC. So this document is to be signed by, it actually ought to be signed by 4 people. The CEO of EACC, the CEO of Kenya Editors Guild, on one hand, and on the other hand, the president of Kenya Editors Guild and the chairman of EACC. The chairman is not here, but the signing will take place and he will eventually do his thing. A round of applause as this MOU is executed by the CEO, EACC. Now the turn of the president to append our signature. There are 4 documents. We had asked all of them to react how to sign quickly. Very well. And the final document. So after Linda signs, I will ask the 3 of them to be on their feet standing to exchange these documents. This document. Haya. Na waomba hii ikifanyika pia tuwape mkono to celebrate this milestone. Very well. Another round of applause to the team. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. The journey begins. So, back to the lead.
Thank you very much, the EACC team and everybody else. We're running quite late, a bit late with regard to the program. But what we'll do is perhaps take a quick lunch, if possible, 40 minutes, so that we can be back here at 2 p.m. From the morning session, we still have 2 sessions, but we'll get to cover everything that we set to cover for the day. So, colleagues, please, if we can be back here by 2 p.m., that will help us cover everything that we set to cover for the day. And as you go for lunch, please ensure that you pick a voucher at the door so that you're not denied entry to the dining place. So thank you very much. Bon appetit, and see you back at 2 p.m.
Hamjambo, karibu sana katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Welcome to our 8th annual Editors Convention, where this year's conversation is anchored on 3 T's: truth, trust, and technology. Can we have truth without trust? Can we build trust without technology? And what role is media in Kenya playing in the digital age? Let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have more than 27 million internet users, and everyone, including the media, is eyeing this audience for revenue generation. But good news is, media in Kenya is embracing AI and emerging tech for storytelling. However, it has proven to be an expensive venture. That's why we appeal for support, resources, and policy formulation that is media friendly. What about technology and safety and security of journalists? This remains a major challenge, both offline and online. Offline, more than 100 journalists were killed worldwide in 2024, and more than 500 were jailed. Online, we've seen journalists being trolled, threatened, and silenced. So how do we navigate this? That's why we are here.
As 2025 draws to a close, journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. So we must brace ourselves and look at new ways on how we can sustain media houses. And KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is to have the government set up a media sustainability fund.
There's a real want in terms of equipment by journalists at the state broadcaster. So this is an area which the guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
The media landscape in Africa is losing up to 30% of its revenue to digital platforms.
Most media houses are pursuing other ways of kind of widening their revenue streams. And this they are doing through things like sponsored content, things like diversification of what their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between truth and manipulation.
When AI came into being, most of us saw it as a threat. We thought AI had come to take up our jobs. we thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
From where I sit, technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer what we used to call the gatekeepers. Right now, the audiences are part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining, and even debunking some of the information that is flowing around the spaces that people consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach wider.
Let's just do proper journalism at first, so that the story that you are investing in, it is properly sourced, it is credible.
As Kenya Editors Guild, that's where we come in, through training, through mentorship, and just having journalists report, taking into consideration ethical values, yes. So it's good to embrace technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with CGTN, we were able to go to China twice. We toured different media houses, and we were able to learn how they're using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Through all these transitions, the Kenya Editors Guild has remained a steadfast defender of press freedom, training editors, supporting journalists, and championing ethical, independent reporting.
It was on the 16th July 2024 when my journalistic career changed for the worst.
Behind every headline is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle where we were filming from. We were hurt. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events. You know, we've seen journalists being threatened, journalists being arrested, and journalists being silenced, both offline and online, both by political actors and non-political actors. But what has made it easy for us is that as Kenya Editors Guild and Kenya Media Sector Working Group, we have one resolve: to protect and advocate for safety, security, and welfare of journalists.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas, I still live with them. And my justice, still not served.
We've been open to engagements. We've engaged different quarters, including the Office of DPP, IPOA, police. We've had conversations with them and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as fully as possible. Tell us whatever you want.
In 2025, Kenya Editors Guild set new benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
One of our current projects is with the Gates Foundation on Thought Leadership series. It's about health. It's on the pillar of health. We are also planning to launch the biotechnology handbook during the annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
As Kenya Editors Guild, our resolve remains to advocate for press freedom, welfare, safety, and security of journalists. But remember, it's not just work and no play. We're also here to network and unwind. However, it has proven to be an expensive venture. That's why we appeal for support, resource, and policy formula. These remain threatened and silenced.
Journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. So we must brace ourselves and look at new ways on how we can sustain media houses. And KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is to
a real want in terms of broadcaster. So this is an area which the Guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
Through things, what their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between.
We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
Technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer the audiences are part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining, will consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach wider.
Let's just do proper journalism at first, so that the story that you are investing in, it is properly sourced, it is credible.
As Kenya Editors Guild, that's where we come in, through training, through mentorship, and just having journalists report, taking technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with different media houses, and we were able using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Through all these transitions, the Kenya Editors Guild has remained a steadfast defender of press freedom, training editors, supporting journalists, and championing ethical, independent reporting.
It was on the 16th July 2020.
Line is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat. offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
You are on top of the vehicle. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events. For active.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas.
We had conversations with them and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as fully as possible.
Benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate, and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
We have annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
As Kenya Editors Guild, our resolve remains. But remember, it's not just work and no play. We're also here to network and unwind. Tukutane kwenye gala. Annual Editors Convention, where this year's contrast. Let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have for revenue generation, but good news worldwide threatened and silenced.
As 2025 draws to a close, journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. Media houses, in model that KEG has been trying to push for, is to
a real want in terms of broadcaster. So this is an area which the Guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
Through what their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between truth.
Saw it as a threat. We thought AI had come to take up our jobs. We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
From where I sit, technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that We are no longer the audiences are part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining and even debunking some of the information that is flowing around the spaces that people consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach wider.
Let's just do proper journalism at first, so that the story that you are investing in, it is properly sourced, it is credible.
As Kenya Editors Guild, that's where we come in through training, through mentorship, and just having journalists report, taking technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with media houses, and we were able to learn how they're using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Through all these transitions, the Kenya Editors Guild has remained a steadfast defender of press freedom, training editors, supporting journalists, and championing ethical, independent reporting.
It was on the 16th.
Line is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events, against both active to protect and advocate for safety, security, and welfare of journalists.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas, I still live with them.
We've had conversations with them and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as fully as possible. Tell us whatever you want.
In 2025, Kenya Editors Guild set new benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
One of our annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
As Kenya Editors, but remained, tukutane kwenye gala. Annual Editors Convention, where this year's conversation is trust. Can we build trust? Let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have millions for, however, it has proven policy threatened and silenced. So,
journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. Media houses and KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is to have the government set up a media sustainable.
A real want in terms of equipment by journalists at the state broadcaster. So this is an area which the guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
What their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between.
We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
From where I sit, technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer what we didn't say is a part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining to consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach wider.
Let's just do proper journalism at first, so that it's properly sourced, it is credible.
Media houses, and we were able to learn how they're using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Through all these transitions, the Kenya Editors Guild has remained a steadfast defender of press freedom, training editors, supporting journalists, and championing ethical, independent reporting.
It was on the 16th July.
Line is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle where we were filming from. We were hurt. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events. You know, we've seen journalists being threatened.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas, I still
had conversations with them and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as full
benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate, and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
We have annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
as Kenya Editors Guild, but remember, tukutane kwenye gala. Annual Editors Convention, where this year's conversation, can we build trust without technology? And what role is media in Kenya playing in the digital age? Let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have, however, it has proven it is threatened and silenced.
As 2025 draws to a close, journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not gonna end soon. So we must brace ourselves, media houses, and KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is to have the
real want in terms of broadcaster. So this is an area which the guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
Through what their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between.
We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
Technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer what we used to call the gatekeepers. Right now, the audiences are part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining, and consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach.
Journalists report technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with media houses, and we were able to learn how they're using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Through all these transitions, the Kenya Editors Guild has remained a steadfast defender of press freedom, training editors, supporting journalists, and championing ethical, independent reporting. Line is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events for actors, but to protect.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas I still live with them.
We've been open, had conversations with them, and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as fully as possible. Tell us whatever you want.
In 2025, Kenya Editors Guild set new benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
We are all annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
As Kenya Editors Guild, but remained tukutane kwenye gala. Annual Editors Convention, where this year, let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, however, it has proven to be an expensive venture. That's why we appeal for support, resources, and this remains a major challenge, both offline and online. Offline, more than 100, both offline and online. Offline, more than 100 journalists were killed worldwide in 2024, and more than 5 threatened and silenced.
As 2025 draws to a close, journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. Media houses and KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is
might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
What their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between.
Saw it as a threat. We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
From where I sit, technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer what we used to. Audiences are part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining to consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach wider.
Let's just do proper journalism at first, so that the story that you are investing in, it is properly sourced, it is credible.
As Kenya Editors Guild, that's where we come in through training, through mentorship, and just having journalists report, taking into consideration ethical values, yes. So it's good to embrace technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with CGTN, we were able to go to China twice. We toured different media houses, and we were able to learn how they're using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Through all these transitions, the Kenya Editors Guild has remained a steadfast defender of press freedom, training editors, supporting journalists, and championing ethical, independent reporting.
It was on the 16th July.
Line is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events. You know, we've seen journalists being threatened and active to protect and advocate.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas.
We've been open to engagements. We've had conversations with them and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as fully as possible.
Benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate, and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
One of our current projects, we are also planning to launch Point of View.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
As Kenya Editors Guild, and tukutane kwenye gala. Annual Editors Convention, where this year, can we build? Let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have however, policy is threatened and silenced.
As 2025 draws to a close, journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. Media houses and KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is to have
a real want in terms of an area which the Guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
What their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between.
We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
Technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer the audiences are part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining, consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach wider.
Let's just do proper journalism at first, so that the story that you are investing in, it is properly sourced, it is credible.
As Kenya Editors Guild, that's where we come in, through training, through mentorship, and just having journalists report, taking technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with media houses, and we were able to learn how they're using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Supporting journalists and championing ethical, independent reporting.
It was on the 16th July.
Line is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle where we were filming from. We were hurt. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas, I still
been open, had conversations with them, and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as fully as possible.
Benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate, and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
We are also planning to launch annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear. Editors Guild's mission is clear. To nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving
or we are just spending a lot of time trying to keep up with the technological changes. Those who are still actively in the newsroom, I want to ask you, how much of your workday is driven by editorial judgment, and how much is dictated by algorithms, dashboards, and digital metrics? Today, when we are doing KPIs for journalists, we do metrics. We tell them that these social pages are in the next 6 months, you must have grown these numbers or these followers from, let's say, 1 million to 1.5 million followers. So these judgments we are making in newsrooms, are they our decisions or they are just driven by technology? Question number 6. As we wait for Prof to join us, question number 6 is the biggest newsroom skill gap today technical or it is psychological? And not just newsroom, even those who are doing consulting, or those who are in academia. I know you ask yourself so many questions. Even in academic institutions, the skill gap we have today, is it more of technical or is it more of psychological? I don't want you to give me the answers, but I want you to think about those questions and you reflect in your area of jurisdiction, and then with the hope that Prof will assist us in answering some of these questions and also help us reflect deeper on these questions. How many questions have I asked so far? Those who have been following? Good, I see a very good class. I've asked 6 questions. Question number 7, I want you to think about as we wait for Prof is, if AI make mistakes or hallucinates, it hallucinates a lot, or if it misquotes or introduces bias in our journalistic work, who should carry blame? And I don't want Nguku to hear that because we had that conversation many times and she was very vocal on who carries the blame. Are you going to blame the journalist? Are you going to blame the editor? Are you going to blame the technology or the tool you are using? I think the other day I saw in KEG group, somebody shared something and wrote, I think it is one of the main newspapers. I think somebody went and copied, and it went and it was published. So who was to carry that blame? There was a text that was not supposed to have been part of the publication. Is it the journalist? Is it the editor? Is it the technology you are using? Who is supposed to blame? I want you to just think about that. And all these questions I'm asking are related to what we call techno-health. Techno-health, because this session is all about techno-health. What kind of stress are we dealing with in our newsrooms today because of AI? My question number 8, and I'm hoping the Prof is now ready because I'm about to exhaust my questions. Our newsrooms, when you look at how our newsrooms are today, are we unintentionally training journalists to prioritize speed and automation? Where is Nancy Agutu? One of her KPIs is speed. Think about these decisions we make as editors. Are we training journalists to prioritize speed and automation over creativity, investigation, and human insights? When you tell a journalist that because you have AI and you used to write 3 stories a day, now you are able to give me 15 stories. What is the priority here? Is it creativity? Is it the output? And do we really consider the consumer at the end of the day? Who is the audience? let me just finish then. My question number 9, there are 10 questions, so I'm remaining with only 2. How many journalists here learned to use new AI tools formally through training versus teaching themselves under pressure? And the last question is, are we training AI to be more like journalists, or we are training journalists to be more like machines? Which is which? The beauty of technology is technology can fail and it can let you down. And it is on that note that I exit the stage, because technology has failed us and our prof might join us later. Thank you very much. I do welcome the next session. Apologies for that. We were waiting for prof to join, but I think we are having some technical challenges. So I was hoping that she will join, and hopefully she will still be able to join so that she can assist us in addressing some of these questions that I was asking here. President, you want to say something? Thank you for the guidance from President. Madam President, you said there's Mr. President and Madam President. You should have also brought Mr. President, but we understand. I would like to invite the CEO of NLC, National Land Commission, to come and say a few words. Karibu. You can use this side. Let's appreciate the CEO as she takes the stage. Karibu sana, and we are happy for the support you have always given the Guild, and also the support you have always given journalists and media houses whenever they are doing their work. Karibu sana. Let's clap for her again as she prepares her notes.
Thank you, President. It feels nice to say Madam President, yeah? Aren't we ladies in the house? And hopefully, maybe after 2032, we'll get a woman president. First of all, allow me to appreciate journalists in the house. For those who may not know me, my name is Kabale Tech, CEO, National Land Commission. I acted for 5 years, from 2018 up to 2023. And I took over the CEO as a CEO NLC at a time when we are going through very difficult moment, especially struggling with the image issues. And the journalists came to my rescue. How? By having those positive reporting. Of course, when a matter comes up, we quickly consult and see how we can go about. And especially, if you can remember, those of you in Koroi area, when we were doing compensation for SGR Phase 2A, I would always run to your team. And you came to my rescue. Actually, you supported me so that we were able to manage crisis on the ground. I would want to say thank you very much. I know I have my colleagues who have me from National Land Commission, led by Menya, Head of Corporate Communication. Menya, the communication team. I know you are here, we are supporting you by extension. And I was actually impressed to see that EACC signing MOU with the Editors Guild. And I would want at the National Land Commission, because we are managers of public land, on behalf of the county and the national government, you are going to be our ears, our eyes on the ground, so that we can protect public land. So I feel privileged this afternoon to be here at this gathering of thoughts leaders. We often speak of the pillar of economy, which is agriculture, manufacturing, technology, but there's a fundamental bedrock of all these pillars, which is land. And land is not just merely a physical asset. It is our fundamental capital. I know all of you seated here. I wonder if there's anyone who does not own a land, a piece of land, or those young Gen Zs are also aspiring to own a piece of land.
Hi, Francis, can you hear me? Hello?
Doc, I am here. I can hear you very well, but I'm not sure about the people on the ground.
Yeah, I don't think they can hear us.
I can see their back. At some point they dropped. And
Sorry.
looking at the program also,
the beauty of being
not
a
sure
news
whether I see the program.
person is that you deal with crisis. So we are used to crisis, and this is apologies for that. We will hold Prof for like 5-6 minutes. We allow the CEO to conclude, then we go back to Prof. So Prof, kindly give us 6 minutes, then we will jump to your session, kindly. Thank you very much. Apologies.
Okay, so I can go ahead. Okay, so we are talking of land, which is, of course, a bedrock of all these big development agendas for the government. And it's, of course, a national economic, when this stage is secure, well managed and optimally utilized, then touch and demonstrate how NLC is proactive, strategic drivers of Kenya's prosperity. We catalyze growth in the following areas, keep 5 pathways at the Commission, Madam President and the editors. And first is unlocking land for investment from the idle asset to economic engine. Our first and foremost directive role is transforming land from the idle asset into a vibrant economic engine. How do we do this? For major investment, we are the gateway to strategic projects by allocating and securing tenure for public land to enable the development of special economic zones, industrial parks, large-scale agribusiness ventures. And this is not just about handing over paperwork. It's about laying the ground for job creation and enterprise. We also do for local economies. This one we do through tenure regularizations. Those of you who don't have letters of allotment, this is what we do. We're empowering SMEs through these cooperative and community ventures. A secure title is not just a piece of paper. It's a key to unlock access to credit, encourage investments, and transforms substances into commerce. You know, when you have titles, you can go to the banks and get loans. We also do compulsory land acquisitions, where NLC is synonymous with this. These arteries of modern economy, we consider it as arteries of modern economy. The nation's infrastructure is in its circulatory system. For this system to be built, land must be secured lawfully, fairly, and efficiently. This is our critical role in compulsory land acquisition, and the National Land Commission ensures that the land for transport corridors like SGR, the expressway, and the LAPSET project is available. When you enjoy those comfort facilities, NLC is actually the engine behind this. For energy infrastructures, pipelines, transmission lines, geothermals, what you are seeing in Baringo, all this is the work of NLC. The major dams, you have seen the Tuake Dam, Mwache Dam, Lower Nzoia Dam, and many others, which NLC is facilitative in this. And without this process done with integrity and speed, these nation-changing projects will remain lines of a map. We are not just acquiring land, we are acquiring Kenya's future's competitiveness. The need why we need to partner with the Editors Guild. On the other third items, healing the past, securing the future, this is through resolving historical land injustices. You've just seen today ruling by the Court of Appeal that Omutata went to court to open the timeline for 5 years. His Excellency, the President had given us for 5 years, the time which would have lapsed next year, September. We have 5-year constitutional timeline. So that was extended by the President. He actually signed into the law, the bill, by Honorable Baya bill. That one now the court say today NLC should not be limited, but be given timeless in. So this is just about healing the past, securing the future by resolving historical land injustices. So we do also oversight and planning. Let me just run through because of time. Engineering order from chaos. The planning of land helps us from having order from chaos. You've seen that because of the planning, rivers, losing its roots. Yeah, so this is a preventive measure for economy. We ensure that there's orderly development, environmental protections, and strategic zoning. We also create revenue for the government by fueling public investment. We also do we contribute directly to the exchequer through settling land valuation rates. So one of our mandates, facilitating also property transactions, regularizing settlements. And in conclusion, let me just run through, because the next speaker is on the standby. Let me leave you with this thought, that the National Land Commission is far more than a regulatory body. We are actually an economic architect. So where we sit, we aim to achieve more for the generations to come. Please be ready to partner with us. Thank you.
Let's appreciate CEO again. Thank you very much for those wonderful remarks, as you have made many of us understand the institution more. And you are doing a good job. Keep doing the good job. We appreciate and continue supporting the guild and continue supporting the media as an industry. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the CEO again. Thank you. My technical team, kindly let me know if we are ready to jump to Prof. Prof, can you hear me?
Okay.
Prof, you can hear me?
Hi, Francis, I can hear you.
Thank
Can
you
you
very
hear me?
much, Prof. Apologies for that technical hit. It is very bad to not to do the right things for your teacher. Prof was my teacher at my master level. I hope when I come for my PhD, you will not deduct marks because of today. It is technology, and you taught me about technology.
Thank you. Thank you.
See, can members see? Nzau, can you see? Thank you. Yes, we can see, Prof. Please proceed. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. And my apologies. I would have loved to be with you there. But yeah, things just did not align. And George made sure that he took the fast ticket to the convention. So there was no way I could fight with him over the seat. I think just as a disclaimer, I am doing this not in my capacity as a clinical psychologist, because I'm not, but I will be doing this presentation in the context of somebody who, continues to study and teach and do various things within the media ecosystem. My interest in the mental health of journalists is springing from different spaces, and one of the projects that I'm currently working on is working with journalists who are documenting their stories around mental health and the experiences in the newsroom. And we are working to get my colleague Professor Lukoe and my other colleague Zul Merali to also be able to contribute to the book. So we already have about 12 chapters from different journalists who have written about their experiences in the newsroom, and the mental health challenges that they encountered in their various assignments. And so hopefully we hope that we can be able to launch this book next year. So when it's ready and available for sharing, we will be able to do that. So I was asked to speak about mental health challenges journalists face in the AI-driven digital age. And this topic, came about as a result of a conversation that I was having with the president of KEG while we were in Arusha early this year, or sometime mid this year. And it was a conversation over coffee, and we were basically just, thinking through how oftentimes when we talk about the appropriation of technology within newsroom, a lot of it focuses on what it can do and how it is, improving efficiencies in the newsroom. But we rarely stop to reflect on, what this actually does, for the journalists who have to, and editors who have to use this every day. And so as a result of that conversation, she then said, I think you need to talk about these things at the convention, hence the reason why I am here. So I will share my slides. I'll rush through this because I was supposed to have an hour, but I just now have about 15 minutes to do this before my next assignment. And I'm looking at mental health, within the newsroom as a strategic issue. It's not one of those things that, we need to relegate, to technical, but it's mainly a strategic issue within the newsroom environment. And the context, and the reason why for me it is a strategic issue is the context in which we are practicing journalism today. Journalists today are working in, very high pressure environments, and I call, I reduce those pressures to three. We currently are in a situation where there is a lot of information overload. You have so many data points or various, sources of information that you have to be able to, to confront on a day-to-day basis. And what this does is that, and then of course you have a lot of content that is also, coming from AI curated feeds. And I'm looking at this as somebody who's not actively working in the newsroom today, but one who consumes, media, and one who consumes, who's on, several social media platforms as well. And there are times that I literally have to decide to, to log off completely so that I can have some downtime. So you can imagine for us as journalists who's, the work that we do every day is about, sharing information. It's about gathering information. Now with, technology, you basically have information overload. The second issue for me is that there is the requirement for us to publish real time. And I think in one of my slides, I talk about us as newsrooms focusing now on digital first. So the question that everybody will ask you, if you're leading a newsroom, if you're the editor, is, do we have a digital first strategy? What does it look like, and is it being implemented? So you're always under pressure. It's almost like a 24/7, news cycle. And I think Francis was asking whether you even, turn off from your WhatsApp at a certain point. And I did not see the number of hands that went up. But I would imagine that for us in newsrooms today, it's very rarely that we will completely, switch off. And then, of course, the other pressure is the complex ethical decisions that we have to make on a day-to-day basis. You're dealing with a lot of misinformation. So, being able to determine what's factual and what's not, being able to verify a lot of the fake, deep fakes, a lot of the fake news that comes our way, is a big problem. So you're doing all this, the context, or these are the pressures that you have to contend with in the context of ensuring that all the other operations are going on. The result of this, in my view, is you then end up having emotional fatigue. You're in a situation where you're constantly anxious about job security. There's been a lot that has been said about journalists who know how to use AI and those who don't, and who's likely to survive, in the job market and who will not. A lot of newsrooms, technology is being used to be able to perform some of the roles. You're also constantly in a state of burnout, because of those realities. And then there is information overload from multitasking. A lot of journalists today, are doing much more than just one thing. You are, creating or developing content for multiple platforms and curating that content for different platforms. And it has to look and feel different, for different platforms. And then, of course, the fact that, when we think about technology, is that, in one instance, you imagine that you know and you've understood, for example, a certain tool so well, and then the next time something else has come up and you're being told it's faster, it's better, it can do much more, so you're moving from or hopping from one technology to the next. And that pressure to try and keep up with what's the latest, what's current, is in itself, causing a lot of anxiety. And then, of course, because we have instances where audiences or user-generated content is really part of the work that or rather the content that we're receiving and interacting with on a day-to-day basis, and sometimes there are no filters. There's also the trauma from covering content that's amplified on those digital devices. So for us as editors, what then does this mean? I say that we must then be able to recognize mental health as part of our newsroom sustainability and quality control. And remember, I said that for me, mental health, the mental wellness of our teams should be a strategic issue. It should be something that is being discussed in EXCO. It should be something that the board is discussing, because if you're talking about newsroom sustainability and quality control, we cannot shy away from the reality that this is something that affects the teams that we are leading, every day. Now, what are those challenges that come with AI-driven newsrooms? One, of course, is the issue of information overload and the pressure to constantly be adapting to what's happening, what technologies, what tools are being developed that then are supposed to make our work a lot easier. So you're not only juggling multiple platforms. Remember, we said you're working across multiple platforms. You're juggling different formats. You're juggling different tools, and then there's always constant learning. You think you've learned today, and then tomorrow you have to unlearn, and it's something that's that keeps you essentially on your feet throughout. And a lot of conversations focus so much on efficiency. Studies also show that it has created, new complexities. And one of the studies that has been done, which was funded by NIH, which is the National Institute for Health, in 2024, that was looking at the impact of AI integration on journalists' mental health, essentially confirms that when there's a correlation between the perceived threat of AI, and higher levels of depression amongst journalists. So in as much as we are appropriating this technology, there is a correlation between, the threats of AI in the work that journalists do and the levels of depression amongst journalists. So it's a reality that is with us. The other issue is, of course, job insecurity and fear of replacement. And I'm hoping that some of your discussions this afternoon will focus on that. Today, with AI, one can generate text, you can generate images, you can, with the right prompts, it can do all that. It generates audio. We've seen, I think, even sometimes on our KEG group where colleagues will share instances where AI has been used to create podcasts. And you can give it different types of prompts and it will be able to do that. Now, this raises fears about redundancy, about devalued expertise. Is my expertise still important? Is it necessary? And then, of course, there's the reduced creativity. For us in the media space, many of us are creative people. So when something comes in that then tends to, do a lot of that work, then, there's essentially reduced creativity on our part as journalists. And these fears end up eroding our morale and they affect the quality of work. So it just shows that we cannot ignore, we cannot focus too much on the uptake and the use of AI in newsrooms. We must also think about what does this do to the teams that are working, we are adopting a digital first strategy. Everything is, let's publish fast on digital. And then the constant, dashboard that just keeps moving. And it's there right in front of everybody's face. It's a huge screen and you all have to look at it from time to time. What that does is, of course, it creates the pressure to publish faster, and we've seen, I think we've recently encountered, even with the death of the former prime minister, where media houses, for example, were challenged about why they did not publish fast, and there were instances where Nation, for example, had to defend itself, by writing about why they could not publish fast. They needed to make sure that what they were publishing was right. So that pressure is there, the pressure to perform better, because when we then are looking at what's a good story, or what is a story that really resonated with a lot of people, you're looking at how many clicks it got, how many likes it got, how many shares, how many comments it got. And sometimes this then also carries onto the appraisals that we are doing for our teams. And then, of course, the pressure to monitor audience reactions constantly. That's why you have this dashboard, very, prominently placed in the newsrooms for us to be able to monitor that. And then, of course, whose content is being placed behind the paywalls, and oftentimes we are saying the content that we place behind the paywalls is the premium content that's likely to give us the revenue that we desire. So ultimately, then, this causes fatigue for the team. And then, of course, the exposure to traumatic content. When you're thinking about exposure to sexual and gender-based violence, and a lot of this has also been evidenced in some of the work that we've done here at the school around sexual and gender-based violence, amongst women in sports, but even just the media's coverage of sexual and gender-based violence and femicide. The coverage of political violence, many of the constituencies were having by-elections yesterday. And just by looking at the videos on TikTok, and user-generated content, because I would imagine that as journalists, your sources on the ground or some of your consumers are sending you these videos in their raw form. So, and then in most times, as the editor, as the journalist who has to interact with this, you have to go back and forth. You're trying to repeat, to check for verification whether this is actually an authentic video from the ground, and that in itself would lead to trauma and in some cases emotional numbness. So that it doesn't matter what happens, you are numb to your response is almost a non-committal, or you have no emotion when you have to look at some of these images. And then the ethical strain. Editors are spending a lot of time verifying, misinformation, verifying deepfakes, oftentimes having to, then say this is fake, this is not us, this is not who we are. And then, of course, the AI-related ethical dilemmas around, whether the stories have been AI-generated and what that does. And I think recently we saw a story that was trending on all platforms by one of the media houses, where the story went on or was published with some of the prompts that the writer had essentially given, to AI or to ChatGPT in an attempt to, to improve their story. And then, of course, the need to constantly get it right, creates that chronic stress for a lot of journalists. And this is something that we are not talking about as much as we should. There is the loss of creative identity. And you then are asking yourself, if AI can write, produce content, what is my value? And I'm saying this as somebody who's, leading a school, a media and communication school. And there will be instances where sometimes some of my colleagues who are in other departments will ask, what's the relevance of some of the work that, you guys are doing when AI can actually do everything for me? We forget that, when we think about the use of AI, it doesn't have the nuance. You cannot outsource nuance. You cannot, journalism for many of us who are in it is an experience. It's memory, it's context, it's relationships. It's much more than, just AI producing content. But people will ask us those questions. What's your relevance in society today? And for many of us, we then ask ourselves, what's my value? What's my value add? Does my storytelling lose its voice? Is it losing its voice? And identity loss is one of those major unspoken mental health triggers that many people do not talk about. So what then are some of those practical strategies and tools? And ideally, this presentation is supposed to be a teaser for a lot of the conversations you're going to have in the afternoon. And I'm hoping that, that the Guild can, take forth some of this beyond the convention and prioritize, issues around mental health and mental wellness. One, think about building a supportive newsroom, and these strategies are now looking at your roles as editors, who then are leading teams, and that team can be small, it can be a big team, the size of the team standing. It's important that we start thinking about building a supportive newsroom culture. And that support would encompass different things. I'm thinking about encouraging conversations about mental health. Many of us who then are leading most newsrooms did not grow up in a context where we would have conversations about mental health. And when you look at how in our indigenous languages, the reference to mental health is almost, it is something that nobody wants to identify with. But we need to start encouraging conversations about mental health and about, in our circles. Emotional check-ins during editorial meetings. And I know this is something that is sometimes very difficult to do. One, because when you're in editorial meetings, you're looking at how your stories have performed, you're looking at what are the stories that need to be covered the following day or that particular day, who's doing what, and what resources, human resources need to be deployed, across the table. But it is important that you find mechanisms where you can emotionally check in during those meetings, and especially for some of the journalists who end up, covering some of the very traumatic stories. A lot of journalists have been out in different constituencies covering the by-elections over the last 2 days. Do we have a mechanism to check in? And sometimes we totally outsource that to, therapists and to counselors, which is good. But sometimes it's important to also have those conversations internally, because we are the ones who know what that environment looks like. And then mental health literacy training is also important. And some of that training could focus on how do you even take care of yourself. And I know that we've done some of those sessions, with the Guild, but they're never enough. I think we need to ensure that this is something that we are talking about a lot. And then thinking about journalists who cover a lot of the traumatic content. Is there a way in which we can map their workload so that it's not something that becomes their mainstay? That's the thing that they're doing every week. It's no longer sexy to be the journalist who's always out there covering traumatic events. It eventually has an effect on one's mental health. And it's important that if you're the person who's leading the team, that you then are able to map that workload so that there are ways in which they can, take time, to decompress from some of the stories that they're covering. The other one, which I'm sure many of us have done, most newsrooms have done, we have developed guidelines for AI use. I know Media Council has a set of guidelines for us. I know a lot of the media houses have guidelines for that. And that's important because in the absence of guidelines, that state of ambiguity in itself causes anxiety. When people don't know what needs to happen, what the AI can do and not do in the newsroom, it causes a lot of anxiety. So, just ensuring that we have policies in place And then after the policies, then what are some of those standard operating procedures that then are put in place to bring life to the policy, providing clarity that AI is support, but it does not replace the work. It was based she's the head of content at the Debrief Network in South Africa, once said that when we think about AI, we need to treat AI like an intern, that that's helpful, but one that is not a source, but it's essentially a system that has the various sources, many of those sources, which then, might not be credible. So it does not replace, but it is a support. Remember, I said that, AI does not have the nuance, it doesn't have the experience, it doesn't have the memory, it doesn't have, relation, it doesn't have context in some cases. And, you just need to be able to use it to see that that doesn't exist, at least for now. And then training sessions where you are providing practical sessions and this is where institutions like ours then come in, practical sessions that people can learn from, so that then, it's not something that they are intimidated by, but it's something that they can, use with a lot of ease. This is going to be difficult, but I think digital hygiene practices are essential if we have to take care of ourselves. So think about ways in which you encourage your team to disable non-essential notifications. And I don't know how that will happen, but it is something that you can start building as part of the culture. And I know, as somebody who's, on a lot of those platforms, that there's instances where I choose to archive, certain groups for a week, not because I do not want to be part of the conversation, but I just need some downtime from that. And then scheduling specific times for social media monitoring. And it is something that you can do, internally, where you then agree that, this is the time when we come together. But also, I said this is going to be difficult because you almost don't want to be away from this platforms, lest you miss out on a big story or on a breaking story. And then setting boundary conditions on communication. And I put stars there because I know this is also very difficult. We live in a context where you can't say that it's 8 p.m. and I've logged out until tomorrow morning. And I think you can be very intentional about taking some deliberate breaks as an individual so that you're able to take care of your health. And then where possible, let's think about ways of encouraging face-to-face interaction. And that's important, because then you are not just having all this online interactions at the expense of face-to-face interaction. And I say that very well guided, that I should have been with you guys in Kilifi, and I'm doing this virtually. And then rotating stuff that's covering heavy content. I think we've talked about that. And then offering therapy and counseling sessions. I think this is something that, for the longest time within the newsroom ecosystem was not something that we took very seriously. So do we have mechanisms where people, struggling can seek therapy and can go for counseling? Continuous learning, a huge part of, coping or a strategy. It reduces when people feel confident and they feel that they can learn. Encouraging people to work across different teams is part of learning, because there's a lot that you learn from people who use this technology every day. Providing regular clinics, whether they're boot camps or workshops, or training sessions where people can actually learn from each other. And then peer-to-peer learning, which is also quite useful. And one of the things that I've learned, because we have a lot of young people at the school who do a lot of this tech stuff, is they get very excited when they have to show you something. And they'll even come back to check whether you're using it, whether you've learned it better, what are the challenges that you're experiencing. And I like the fact that, and I know this might be difficult, but creating an environment where people can test and fail and learn and test and fail, but they're learning and they're playing with the different tools or toys is something that I think should be normalized within our environment. And I know I'm saying that very aware of the fact that many of us work with under very strict deadlines, but also the pressure to be able to show how our work is contributing to the bottom line is something that is not lost on me. And then recognizing the difference in the team. There'll be people who adopt to technology really, really quickly, and they will, they'll take it and run with it. There'll be people who will experiment, will have, trust issues as far as technology is concerned, but just recognizing the differences in in your team and meeting them at their point of need would be an important way to, to help. As I draw to a close, there's been a lot of conversation, not just here, but in a lot of forums where we are asking ourselves, what's the purpose? What's the meaning of journalism? Why do we do the work that we do? And purpose has been known as a very powerful protective factor in mental well-being, because then you're asking, why do I do what I do? Why do I wake up every morning to do what I do? So we need to be able to build a very strong sense of meaning, a strong sense of purpose in the work that we do. Some people call it a mission. Others, who prefer to call them values. Are we still serving public interest? And can that show in the work that we're doing? And then what's the impact of the stories that we tell? But we need to be careful as we think about impact, because oftentimes conversations around impact are very donor driven, and this come to play when we work with funding from donors for some of the work that we are doing. I think we need to think about impact a lot more broadly. We're not just showing that in donor reports, but translating it to how our stories are actually changing the lives of the communities that we serve. Lastly, building social connections, encouraging your people, your teams to build social connections and solidarity. And one of the things that I like, which Maria Ressa said last week when we were meeting in Malaysia at the Global Investigative Journalism Conference, was that we need to form communities and hold those communities really tight. In fact, she used the term radical collaboration. We need to collaborate, we need to form communities and hold those communities tight, because it is those communities that will hold you together when it really matters. And it's important that we build those communities in the real world, because we have this huge online following. But it's important that we form those communities in the real world before we can form them on the online platform. And I want to imagine that the convention that you're currently having is one of the ways in which we are building that community in the real world before we can build it on the online space. I think I'll stop there, Francis, in the interest of time.
Prof, we truly appreciate the lessons, and I think we have learned a lot. And I know the members will have wanted to ask questions, but because of time, we will not do that right now, but we will, in case we have questions, we will send them to you, then we can give our members the feedback. But we truly appreciate, we have learned quite a number of things about techno-stress and the need to have mental health as a strategic.
Thank you. I can't see anybody. I can't see you guys. You've turned off your video, which is fine. But in case there are any questions, please feel free to reach out to me directly, and I will be happy to respond. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
We appreciate, and thank you too for your time. Thank you. Christine Nguku, is she around? Christine, oh yeah. Yeah, Christine. Christine will take us through the revised or the updated exit the stage. One of the things intelligence is as and I think if we had time, and I think Prof has answered all of them, isn't it? Those who noted the questions that I asked, Prof has managed mental health. She has talked about the digital hygiene. when you get in the middle of the night? Is it invading you, or do you feel more informed? The next session.
Francis Mureithi, we appreciate you. And I think people are dozing a little bit. So can we stand up and do an energizer or something? Who's our energizer lead? Yeah? Oh, energizer lead ndio huyu.
Okay. Tusimame tafadhali. Let's be upstanding, yeah? Tafuta nafasi kidogo. Yeah. Hello. Hello, tusalamiane kwa hea. Tell your neighbor God loves you. God loves you. Protect journalism. Okay. Just kick. Kick. Bring oxygen. Be strong, eh? Okay, can you clap for yourselves? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey, watu mmekula lunch and then mnanijibu hivyo. Hiyo lunch turudishe. I intend to take the next 3 hours. Is able to understand. It's a long document, therefore it needs 3 hours. So brace yourselves, guys. Muko tayari? Ah, nice. I'm happy to hear that conduct for everyone to keep a SUV. If you don't use it, it's okay, but at least you have a souvenir from Media Council of Kenya. So keep that souvenir. At some point, those who wish, we can give them a few more copies once we have them printed. So one of the things that I want to do is take the 3 hours to go through the code. To take you through the code. The beauty is that it's not very new, so you know pretty much everything that is inside. So I'll be doing revision, 99%. That's the beauty about doing a revision of something that people are familiar with. I just want to give you some highlights of this code of conduct. Maybe during tea or during lunch tomorrow or during some other time, we can engage on it. This is a document that has been produced with input from you, each one of you. And so we know there is your voice captured in there somewhere. The big reason why we needed to review this code of conduct, some of it came from what you said. You said that the code of conduct, which was done 2013, was actually outdated. It is a code of conduct which had been overtaken by events. There is technology which was not really captured in that code of conduct. And so in this particular one, you see that there is technology captured in it, how to use technology. And when you use that technology, what do you do with the audiences? And so how do you even use that particular content? There were also issues that came up which may not have been a very big issue some 10 years ago, but now they are a big issue. The issue of protection of children and vulnerable groups, together with victims of sexual offenses. If you ask me, probably 13, 15 years ago, sexual offenses, if you like, they were described in a certain way. And how sex offenses were conducted or were done, were committed, was a certain way. But now there is even tech-generated sexual offenses. So it is important for us to also be sensitive and conscious about those developments, those changes in our industry. So I want to just mention that as we go, you will see that there are things that don't change. There are some things that actually never change. One of them is the principles of journalism. The principles of journalism never change. No matter what kind of platform you're on, you will keep those particular principles true. Ethical journalism does not matter whether you are doing it online, whether you're going to do it in the next big invention in the information space. Journalism principles will remain the same. What now happens is, how do we apply those principles on different platforms? Our principles they're just about 5. It is about truth and accuracy. It is about independence. It is about fairness and impartiality, where we are talking about balance. And here, it is not about balance where you ensure that each story that is covered and each story you're editing has male and female voices. It needs to go 2 more steps further. It needs to have the quality of that comment. If a man has been interviewed and a woman has been interviewed, what did the man say and what did the woman say? Are they, if you like, of similar quality? I'll give you just that very traditional example, which I know you're familiar with. You do a vox pop on the street, and the men always have githeri. I don't like it when they put maize in githeri. Okay, githeri will not be the same. It will be a probably different meal. And when you ask a woman does not give you that very strong opinion, perhaps, or she gives you an opinion and you belittle it, so to speak. But you still put her voice. And she says, lakini si tumepika githeri hivyo kila mara. You see, the quality of that kind of response being put on the screen, it sends a certain message to the audience. Remember the story of Sirikali Saidia, somebody holding their shoes over their heads? It's those kinds of perceptions and images, once we reinforce them because of not being fair, impartial, and balanced in terms of quality of content, then we begin to create frames to our audiences which are actually imbalanced, okay? Code of ethics literally just gives us a guideline of ethical and professional practice. It is anchored in the Media Act, for those who may not know, and it applies to journalists, editors, producers, and media enterprises. There is another group of people which have now become included, producers. These are people who, they were not very strongly, had not very strongly felt in the production of news, but today, we really must think about them, and media enterprises. When we say it, they get accredited by the Media Council of Kenya. And it does not mean that you must have gone to journalism school to get a degree for you to be accredited by the Media Council of Kenya. That is what the law says as at now. However, practice is, if you have been earning a living out of generating content and you didn't go to school, you bring that body of work and we can actually give accreditation from that body of work. Now, if you think about the different aspects of this code of conduct, it has just the generic, if you like, aspects, but then it talks about accuracy and fairness to ensure that there is now verification. You see, verification in the previous code, that bit was not very clear. It was not stated, if you like, explicitly. It just said make sure that the information is accurate. But apart from just ensuring the information is accurate, we now need to go one step further and ensure that it is like today, because of the many different platforms. We will carry a story about someone and they will respond to us on TikTok. So we need to have given them an opportunity on the same platform where we are carrying a story about them. We need on TikTok, on Twitter, because then it means those who are not on that platform don't get to hear the reply. They just remain with what you said, okay? And then this question of accuracy and fairness helps us to avoid misleading and distorted reporting. I think when recently the former Prime Minister died, there was a lot of distorted information about it. A lot of it. And so the citizens who are aware, audiences who are aware, picked up that information but went to cross-check with mainstream media. You were actually their verifier. So if you also carried the same information, what that meant is, nyinyi mumeenda chini, na wao wameenda chini. In other words, as they say, kufa makanga, kufa dereva. So remember always, as the editor of a media house, you may be the verifier that the audience will be using to cross-check on other information that they have collected elsewhere. Independence and conflict of interest. You know, here there is all those dilemmas which have been mentioned, I think, the morning, and I think I've had a little bit of it early this afternoon. Influence from others. I don't want to just name each of them, but it is influence for others who are not necessarily in the newsroom, including the media owner. You know, the media owner may not be a journalist. He's not, in fact, that is a person who started a business, is selling something and just wants to make money. And this person may not as you, the editor, because the buck stops with you. And because the buck stops with you, it is you to hold that professionalism to its highest standards. Sometimes, editors have been accused by reporters whom we meet in the various fora, evenings and so on. And they say, even when you tell me not to be compromised, the editor is already compromised, so what's the point? So let me just be compromised, and all of us get compromised, and we just carry that story as it is. You know, we just carry it one-sided, or we carry it with a certain perspective, because they already have some information about you. In a forum like this, I think that's where we need to call our minds together and to say, what is it that we are being accused of, in as far as independence and conflict of interest goes? Just because you are doing two roles. One, you are the watchdog for the public. You are ensuring that the public receive the information, accurate information, they receive it on time and so on. But you are also playing the second role of being, if you like, the placeholder for the business owner. You're the placeholder for the business owner. So while you're trying here to be a professional, you must turn around here and you say, are we making money? Does that then compromise the kind of content that goes out of a media house? It's a dilemma. I don't know whether anywhere in the world it has been resolved. I've been in that space where I am running a media house. I'm also expecting them to be professional, and I want them to also make money. And I found myself, being even the owner, to have those kinds of dilemmas as well, to say, you know, I really need this story to go this way, but I also need to make money. And this story must be balanced, it must be independent, they must be objective. And it's a dilemma that we must confront each and every day. When we look at integrity and accountability, the Code of Conduct has talked about maintaining the professional integrity in all reporting. There's no exception. And then the correction of errors promptly and transparently, that has been in the Code of Conduct. Upholding accountability to the public, I don't know how often an editor stops to ask, am I really accountable to my audience? With this kind of story, where we have only covered one side of and then the report has actually given you the excuse, they did not accept our interview. And you have accepted that. Right now, there are many different ways that that story can be balanced. That other person can be given right of reply. You can chat them on WhatsApp. They may not come to the studio, or they may not even be available for an interview. But if you chat them on WhatsApp, it's an alternative. At least you have made that effort. So we need to be accountable to the public. Now, I need to tell you something about the public. In our country, the audience don't know so much about what you, the editors, do. They just know, I receive information from radio and. So when you disclose or when you publicize certain kind of news and information, they have every reason to trust you. If there is any reason for them to doubt you, your credibility just goes down. Because they are not so well informed about how the media operates, what is expected of you as an editor, of you as a media house, then it is your business to ensure you do the right thing. You know, there's that question of doing the right thing even if no one is looking. So just do the right thing even if no one is looking. Do the right thing even if you're not persuaded that that's all you want to do. You may think to yourself, man, this one, I don't think it should have gone this way, but well, do the right thing, even when no one is looking. The question of privacy has also been talked about in detail. And you know, that picture represents a lot of what we do. You hear somebody is on the other side of the fence, and you want to find every which way to get that image. Sometimes intruding into privacy, into private lives. Sometimes without even any justification, you know. Sometimes with very good justification. And so with whatever aspects of privacy we want to go, whatever lengths we want to go to, we need to be sure that we can actually be held to account for that intrusion. We can be held to account for that intrusion. Sometimes we are using sensitive, very, very sensitive information, if you like, irresponsibly. Sometimes the information may not even be relevant to the story, but because it has come and it has come from such and such newsmaker, we will use it anyway. We will use it. Wacha iharibike huko mbele. It's okay even if it goes bad 2 weeks later after it has been consumed. We can always come back because we have become addicted to something I call gossip. You know, sanitized gossip. Perhaps it's time that we now called ourselves back to information integrity and said, it's important that whatever I put is of value. About a week ago, I was training some journalists, and I gave them a small exercise to generate a set of questions for the candidates whose elections happened yesterday and the day before. And out of those questions, I found some questions like, how many children do you have? Has your husband, this is for women candidates, has your husband allowed you to run for this particular office? What does that add to a voter? If a voter is listening, and whether this particular candidate who is female has been given permission by her husband or not, will I vote for her or not? I need to focus more on the agenda. So I was telling them, some questions are a good question, but they are of low value. They give the audience very low value information. If I have 7 children, so what? Does that mean I am a better candidate? If I have been divorced, so what? Does that add value to my manifesto, to my agenda for running for office? So those are things which we must always be sensitive to and take care not to overuse when they really are irrelevant. The section on child protection has been really enhanced. If you check in the booklet, it has been really enhanced for the simple reason that children have become a target for many wrongdoers. Children have become a serious target. And so it is important for us not to become part of those people targeting children by exploiting them for the sake of making news, exploiting them for the sake of having a story, and thinking this is a positive story anyway. Why don't I just publish? The question is, there is a requirement for consent, but I want to qualify what kind of consent is being given. It is informed consent. If you meet my auntie who lives somewhere along Mombasa Road, with her 3 children, and you tell her, oh, we've come from such and such FM, we want to interview you and take a picture of you and your children, she'll be very excited because she's thinking she's becoming popular. But she's not informed that it could turn against her and her children. Therefore, even when you're getting consent, including consent you're getting from a teacher to go and film in a school, like the image that you see, it is important that that teacher understands what that consent entails and what the consequences could be if a parent walks in and tells the teacher, I did not allow you to give consent for my children to be featured on a TV show. What will that teacher say? So we need to also be a little educative to the people we are trying to interview, to the subjects that we want to cover. I would implore you, when you go back to the newsroom, please request for like 20 minutes to talk about child protection. And literally, because the booklet has been written in very simple language, it's not anything complicated, you can take your team through those articles about child protection, victims of sexual violence, and vulnerable persons, so that they understand. Remember, you have that Gen Z generation which thrives on publicity. And so they want to cover themselves and each other for the same, not knowing the questions that could arise or the issues that could come about. There's a section on reporting on crime and the courts, avoiding prejudicing court proceedings. There's been quite some violations when this, news is being covered, and especially about courts. And some of this is just done out of ignorance. So I would implore you to take time and take your court reporters through this particular section, which talks about court reporting, because it's very important. The guidelines are quite clear, and the judiciary have been sensitized about this code. It's the one thing that you must remember. They've been sensitized about this code, and so they know when journalists violate, they'll be coming for us. So since we already have this code, it is important for us to take time and take our teams through the question of reporting. No problem. Now, when we talk about hate speech is contentious. Sometimes we say who is describing it as hate speech, who is not describing it as hate speech. Hate speech is hate speech. The biggest victim, it was said, we are the ones who amplify that hate speech to others. And so, when we repeat it and we have amplified it, it makes things worse for us. But it makes things worse even for the audience, because they begin to say, if the media can carry that, then it must be okay to say it. It is not okay. It is not okay. So we need to be a little more sensitive to hate speech, and especially when it is said in public fora. We need to be the ones to actually clip it and ensure it does not go any far. Use of photos, images, and AI content, that's a big section in this code again. It is new, it has been introduced, especially the AI bit, and it's important for us to obtain consent if we are going to use somebody else's images. It is also, tell you what, when we distort the information that we are disseminating to others, we become part of the disinformation. And so, as editors, we now have that responsibility and a guide that can help us to go through the images that we have received, the images we have creatively picked so that we can use, so that we do not become part of disinformation. The code recommends labeling AI-generated images very clearly so that people know. The same way that it is expected that when you're running an advertiser's comment, you actually put there, it is an advertiser's piece or information. My 3 hours are almost done. Ethical journalism builds trust and credibility. think about the theme of this convention. If we are going to build trust, we must have integrity in how we, so we should not be the ones abusing it. Okay? Again, this particular code supports public accountability across. It is very important that we realize this code is a...
Hi everyone. I'd like to call to stage Ken Oma, who will to stage Ken Oma, who will be online. Carol Kimitai. We also have
bench. And how is that proposed?
Second, with aspectly with media houses, and it's very tough age of present their proposals in a way that is attractive to advertisers and media houses, and more so the main.
I'll start with Swing.
Critical depends on the media. The TV, media of national business are focusing on various aspects of follow the money. Yes, follow the money. Yes, the money is moving, but you can be very sure it is not moving in your direction. And so you can try and, for example, you'll definitely get the money for print. If your strength is, their content audience and, their content audience and customize content for them in a way that they'll be able to pay for it. And customize content for them in a way that they'll be able to pay for it. I think that is really very important to look at. So maybe as you bringing digital and bringing the print all together to serve an audience that is looking for a very niche content, audience that is looking for a well-analyzed content, a well-researched content. Somebody was talking about live content, well-researched content. Somebody was talking about, sites that will trigger conversation, will trigger interest, and sites that will trigger conversation, will trigger interest. And people like us in the development space, people even now in the physically, but because of I'm joining virtually, but I work for the German Development Corporation training module for climate reporting for journalists, both editors and reporters. And I think if you look at that content, it can be able to develop journalists to become niche and focus. Thank you so much.
Should we swim or sink?
Went back to the website of Standard 2023 to 20 for nation has 500 M every year. Then you're looking at a runway of about 5. If that is the question, is here to stay. Why I say that's now the biggest thing being consumed. What we know as media, but media has before it's too late. Getting you and what are they doing? As I conclude, I think it's about time someone who thinks about the business to come.
On demand by Kennedy, and also the issue of where is the media going to be. From my experience, I've realized that media has previously not been a proposal on something. Somebody telling you they want to buy equipment, like has nothing to do with salary, through grants. Is those who have funds, what are they looking for? What is Ford Foundation looking for? What is CEDA or NORAD or USAID or DF, their mission and their vision first? It's Caroline. Then feel in our value content. Thank you.
Attentively.
For Grace, for you to register for the day, not collapse.
Protocol, Arans Corporation, KDIC, no to read, but due to prior engagements today, edit play a central role, and ultimately how people edit play a central role, and ultimately how people that relation about because depth under the treasure related structured because depth under the treasure related structured manner. The two institute industry players on that through our electronic and more assault the deposit technology, mean for deposit fund insurance. So this is how what are we doing, especially when tracking down the payout at the deposit and digital currency? And what are we doing, especially when tracking down the payout at the deposit and digital currency and structure funds treated financial sector partnership, and you help expose people that receive choker.
Very brief, they can important for us for themselves, dog. To start with the
origin, Engineer Peter J. Key component of our origin, Engineer Peter J. Key component of our business, because that's what we get. Engineer Peter J. Key component of our business, because that's what we get to do. Our business, because that's what we get to do. All the roles with staff can power and lighting. All the roles with staff can power and lighting. In 19 power lighting to manage is when digital power generation. Currently, 70% of Kenyan is owned by the government. By 30% is owned by private entities. So we are not pure government owners of now, but are funded by investors or DFIs. And they are wondering why, because Kenya now is partly owned by private entities. How do they benefit from entities? How do they benefit from cheap loans provided for drilling new sites? So the modes of generation, that's hydro, wind, solar, thermal, to bring power to the grid. But as of now, because of the climatic conditions, I think the focus is purely renewables. So our portfolio is 90% renewable as of today. We have hydro is about 826 megawatts. But when it comes, you may not visit. And of these 60%, 90% of it is from renewables. We only have thermal power plants in Kipuvia and Mombasa because Mombasa is a major load center and we have transmission constraints. So there's no way you can bring all the power from those renewables to Mombasa. So as of now, we have turbines of thermal generation on the climate. And so right now, even when Kipuv 3 in 2031, there's a possibility that when by 2031 we don't have LNG, because LNG is deemed to be renewable or clean energy. If LNG will not be available so that we can convert this Kipuv 3 into as clean as possible in the interest of climate and environment. Thank you.
Why aren't you spending more time and resources in getting the low-hanging fruit of solar power? Is there any reason why that is not happening?
Why Kenya is not investing heavily in solar? Or is it as a country? The demand of Kenya today is 2418 megawatts, 2,418 megawatts. And remember, have massive installed capacity of the energy so that solar does not interfere with the quality of power. A country like Kenya today, if you have a lot of solar and you have clouds and the solar goes down and you are dispatching solar, because they take priority. Remember, solar and wind, you don't have to request the off-taker with Kenya Power to them. So because of that, you can destabilize the grid. So what is needed in Kenya is to expand our industrialization level so that we can have a huge network, a huge demand, then solar will be not felt as much. That's what's limiting us in bringing more solar to the grid.
Thank you, thank you.
Project Development Services in Ketraco. The MD was supposed to be here, but due to some other things which came up, he could not. Maybe I can also go back a bit. Let me take a step back. That we abandoned the first KPLC in 1997. We started having need to put a generator. That time was 51 for financials, and they could not use those financials. And they could not use those to form another company, where they could now, the National Treasury could get these loans and be able to on grant to Ketraco. And then Ketraco will only benefit from the tariff of operation and maintenance, nothing else, because the loan will be paid off by National Treasury. Now that was formed in 2000 by National Treasury. Now that was formed in 2008, and by that time, we had around 3,000 for that time. We had around 3,400 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers improvement from the generating stations to the load centers. 1,000 kilometers improvement from the generating stations to the load centers. Two, we are able to to transmit the power to the new county. Now we have already done 2. We have done Ethiopia. Now we have already done 2. We have done Ethiopia and Kenya. That's functional. We are able to be, of late, we have been buying 300 megawatts from them. The one between between Kenya and Tanzania. The one between Kenya and Tanzania, that's currently under trial. KPLC is itself from the exchequer. The fourth part of it is when it comes to the renewables. One of the things which has happened with the flood, we are reinforcing also the system. We are trying to have led blackouts in the past. So make sure that we can have led blackouts in the past. So make sure that we can be able to hold a lot in
percentage of coverage in terms of transmission lines in the country against what we transmission coverage. Transmission coverage.
It's interesting, the politicians, it doesn't obey me. So what happens is that there's a lot of studies which are done. We do a lot of system studies. We do a lot of system studies before any project comes. And this is done in the Northeastern. Northeastern, we have gone up to Garissa. We will try to move it to Wajir, but to go to Mandera is a problem at that high voltage. It's a technical problem. So we might be able to do some generation there to cover the area, which is more of a mini grid, rather than try until longer time. In terms of Western, the people who come from Western, we know we have a problem of overloading lines. We are also trying to improve them by putting alternative lines. Right now, we have 4 lines which have been energized and one critical one between Narok and Bomet to offload the Muhoroni, which has been very bad in terms of blackouts. So we are trying to cover that, but we are also limited by what we can do when you have a weak system and what technically you can put.
I like what you've said, that the power transmission things do not obey politicians, but obey the laws of physics. So the promises we get, oh, we shall move this and that. Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Atikia, I know Kenya School of Government recently celebrated 100 years. So tell us, what do they do? What do you do?
Thank you very much, Ken. I am Rukia Atikia, the director of Kenya School of Government Mombasa campus, and I'm here on behalf of the Director General. Official assignment out of this, and we, for us, as you said, Kane, that we have just turned 100 years engagements, and therefore we look forward to have that celebration sometimes early next year. But if I can take you through the genesis of Kenya School of Government, known as Jean's School. And during that time, the purpose of the then Jean's School is to capacitate the women who are supporting the men during that colonial period, just to orient them in terms of getting some basic skills. About 1963, the name then changed to Kenya Institute of Administration. And that was actually the reason why after the independence, there was a need to come up with an education that will help to train the public servants from all the cadres, from the entry points to the topmost leadership. And we then had 5 government training institutes across this region, what we used to refer to as we were converted to the public service in 2030 to ensure that the public servants are able to contribute to realization of the vision of the nation. And then the 5 GTIs were then converted to what we now call the campuses of the school. We have the studies, and we have the security management institutes, and all this is actually intended to really focus on the key agenda of the government, take the research, which then with the intention of building trying to transform the organizations, whether it is public, private, or non-governmental organizations. And then we had the outreach service, and this outreach service is intended to make sure that the services of the government is brought closer to the grassroots levels. So through the networks that we have developed and the community engagements, we are able to interact at grassroots levels. The public service capacity building, the school is also present in the region. We have been instrumental in setting up public the centers for public government trainings for some of the region's governments, entities of the public servants are built, and also instrumental in making sure that we have capacitated their faculty and also developed, co-created the curriculum to serve those nations. And we are also globally present with, in terms of relationship, and co-created some senior programs with the public servants mainstream in the nation to ensure that then we are at par with the developed nations. But what is also very unique that we need to appreciate, had an opportunity to engage with the civil society organizations and be able to train with them to make sure that the institutions have all the theme of ethics. We have been through the e-learning platform, and mostly because the program is already there. For us to us all become
partnership and nurtured the architects of the Asian tiger nations. How true is that? And now we are saying that we want to be like them. We are saying that we want to be like them. To them. So what is that to them? So what is that?
Yes, we started off very well in tool of government. Yes, we started off very well in tool of government in terms of top leadership across the
Led that
the case